It was just another Tuesday in downtown Chicago, the kind where the wind cuts right through you and makes the high-rises sway, just enough to keep elevator mechanics like me busy. I'd been working at Skyline Elevator Services for nearly 15 years, and that morning was as routine as they come. My name's Tommy Rourke, and I was about to witness the end of the world. "Pass me that Phillips head, would you?" I called to Devin, my apprentice of 3 years. He was a good kid, smart, learned quick. This control panel shot to hell. We were on the 42nd floor of the Lakeview Tower, a gleaming glass monstrosity in the South Loop that housed everything from corporate offices to a food court that served the best damn Italian beef in the city. The elevator we were fixing served the upper floors, executive territory. "You going to Sullivan's tonight?" Devin asked, handing me the screwdriver. "The guys are meeting up for the game." "Can't," I replied, twisting the final screw into place. "Emma's got her science fair. Promised her I'd be there." Emma, my little girl, 12 years old and already smarter than I'd ever be. Her mother, Diane, and I had been divorced for 5 years, but we made it work for Emma's sake. Diane had remarried some hotshot lawyer named Richard, but he treated Emma well, and that was all I cared about. I was about to tell Devin about Emma's project, something about bacterial growth rates that went way over my head, when a scream echoed up from the food court 40 floors below. Then another, and another. "What the hell?" Devin moved toward the stairwell door. "Probably some lunatic," I said, replacing the control panel cover. "Security will handle it." The building's PA system crackled to life. "Attention all occupants. Please remain in your current locations. Security is addressing a situation in the main concourse. This is not a drill. Repeat, remain where you are." I glanced at Devin, who shrugged. We'd been through false alarms before. Chicago had its share of crazies. Then my phone buzzed. It was a local news alert. Breaking. Violent incidents reported near DePaul University Research Facility. Multiple casualties. Citizens advised to avoid area. "DePaul's just a few blocks from here," I muttered, showing Devin the alert. "Probably some student protest gone wrong," he replied, but his voice lacked conviction. We finished our work in silence, both of us checking our phones every few minutes as more alerts came in. Reports of extremely violent assailants and possible contagious condition started appearing. The words quarantine and CDC involvement flashed across my screen. Then my phone rang. It was Diane. "Tommy!" Her voice was tight with panic. "Are you watching the news?" "They've closed Emma's school. I can't get there. They've blocked off my neighborhood. Can you pick her up?" "I'm downtown," I said, my stomach dropping. "What's happening?" "They're saying it's some kind of outbreak. People are attacking each other. The line went dead. "Diane! Diane!" I shouted into the phone, but nothing. Devin was staring at his phone, face pale. "Tommy, look at this." He showed me a live video feed from a news helicopter. The streets around DePaul were chaos. People running, falling, others walking with strange, lurching movements, attacking anyone they caught. Blood everywhere. "Jesus Christ," I whispered. The building's PA crackled again. "All occupants must evacuate immediately using emergency stairwells. Do not use elevators. This is not a drill." We grabbed our tools and headed for the stairs. As we opened the door, a flood of people pushed past us, faces tight with fear. "What's happening?" I asked a woman in a business suit. "People are going crazy in the lobby," she gasped. "Biting, attacking. Security can't contain them." My blood ran cold. Emma! I needed to get to Emma. We pushed our way down the crowded stairwell. 20 flights down, people started screaming from below. The crowd surged back up, crushing against those still descending. "They're in the stairwell!" someone shouted. Panic erupted. I was separated from Devin as bodies pressed against me from all sides. I caught glimpses of him being pushed further down. "Devin!" I called out. "Tommy!" His voice came back strained. "I can see them. They're..." His words cut off in a scream that chilled my soul. The crowd surged back, and I was pressed against the wall. From below came sounds no human should make, wet, tearing noises punctuated by screams that quickly went silent. I fought against the tide, desperate to find Devin. That's when I saw him. He was on the landing below, surrounded by 3 people. No, not people anymore. Their movements were wrong, jerky, and their faces, God, their faces were torn, bloody, eyes vacant yet somehow hungry. They were tearing into Devin with their teeth. His eyes met mine, wide with pain and fear. "Run!" he mouthed, blood bubbling from his lips. Then his eyes went blank. I ran. Back up the stairs, pushing against the crowd. My tool belt slammed against my hip with each step. I reached the floor we'd been working on and burst through the door, slamming it shut behind me. The sound of panic in the stairwell became muffled. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone. No service. The networks must be overwhelmed. I moved to the window and looked down at the streets. It was spreading, people running, fighting, falling. Those strange, lurching figures growing in number. Cars crashed into each other as drivers tried to escape or were attacked at the wheel. Police vehicles with flashing lights were attempting to create a perimeter, but it was clearly failing. My mind raced. Emma. I had to get to Emma, but first I needed to survive. I emptied my tool belt onto a desk. Screwdrivers, wrenches, a hammer, wire cutters, weapons now. I grabbed the hammer, solid with a good weight. I stuffed a few screwdrivers into my pockets. The elevator we'd just fixed dinged, doors sliding open. Inside was a man in a business suit, but his eyes, they were clouded, dead. Blood covered his mouth and shirt. He lurched toward me with a guttural moan. Instinct took over. I swung the hammer, connecting with his temple. He dropped like a stone. I stared at his crumpled form, horrified by what I'd done. Then his fingers twitched. His head, dented where I'd struck him, turned toward me. He began to rise. "What the fuck?" I whispered, backing away. He lunged again. This time I swung harder, putting all my weight behind it. The hammer caved in his skull. He collapsed and didn't move again. I leaned against the wall, breathing hard, trying not to vomit. A terrible realization dawned on me. These weren't people anymore. They were something else, something I'd only seen in horror movies. Zombies, the walking dead. It sounded insane, but there was no other explanation for what I'd just seen. I needed information. The executive offices would have TVS, computers with internet access. I moved down the hallway, hammer ready. The floor seemed deserted. Everyone had heeded the evacuation order. I found a corner office with a large TV mounted on the wall. I grabbed the remote and turned it on, flipping to a news channel. Confirmed reports of a highly contagious pathogen originating from DePaul University's Advanced Biological Research Laboratory, a grim-faced anchor was saying. CDC officials have identified it as a modified strain of rabies that spreads through bodily fluids, primarily saliva and blood. Infected individuals exhibit extreme aggression and appear to lose all higher brain function. They attack uninfected persons and transmit the pathogen through bites. The screen split to show a man in a CDC uniform. We believe this was a deliberate release. The strain shows signs of weaponization. It's too perfectly adapted to human hosts to be natural. We're investigating possible terrorist connections. Terrorists. They'd weaponized a virus, and now Chicago was ground zero. The infection progresses rapidly, the CDC official continued. Within minutes of exposure, victims develop fever, disorientation, and ultimately violent behavior. There is no known cure. I repeat, there is no known cure. The anchor returned to the screen. The governor has declared a state of emergency and requested federal assistance. The National Guard has been activated. Citizens are advised to remain indoors, avoid contact with infected individuals, and await further instructions. Further instructions. Like that was going to help anyone now. I changed channels. Every station showed the same scenes of chaos from different parts of the city. The outbreak was spreading, faster than anyone could contain it. One report caught my attention. Military establishing evacuation centers. Confirmed locations include Navy Pier, Soldier Field, and Lincoln Park High School. Lincoln Park High, that was close to Emma's school. If she was still there, or if Diane had managed to reach her, that's where they'd go. I had a destination now. I just had to figure out how to get there alive. Looking out the window again, I could see the infection spreading like wildfire. The streets were becoming more crowded with the infected. The normal people, the living, were disappearing, either escaping or joining the ranks of the dead. I needed transportation. My truck was in the parking garage beneath the building, but getting there meant going through the lobby where this had all started. There had to be another way. The building's maintenance areas. I knew them well. All elevator mechanics did. There were service corridors, maintenance shafts, ways to move through the building that most people didn't know existed. I gathered more tools. A wrench that could crack a skull. Wire cutters, duct tape. I wrapped tape around my forearms and lower legs, makeshift armor against bites. It wouldn't stop a determined attack, but it might buy me seconds. Seconds that could mean the difference between life and death. The service door was at the end of the hallway, keycard protected. I didn't have clearance, but I had something better, knowledge of how these systems worked. I pried open the control panel with a screwdriver and crossed 2 wires. The light turned green, and the door clicked open. The service corridor was dark and narrow. Emergency lights cast everything in a dim red glow. I moved quickly but quietly, listening for any sound that didn't belong. The building groaned around me, settling on its foundations as if it too sensed the world changing. I found the maintenance shaft, essentially a narrow stairwell that ran parallel to the elevator shafts, used by techs when the main stairwells were inaccessible. It would take me all the way down to the basement level, bypassing the lobby entirely. The shaft was tight, barely wider than my shoulders. I descended carefully, the metal steps ringing softly despite my attempts at silence. 20 floors down, I heard something, a wet, smacking sound, feeding. I froze, listening. It was coming from behind a maintenance door on one of the landings. I crept past, holding my breath. The door shuddered as something on the other side slammed against it, then again. Whatever was in there had heard me. I moved faster, no longer caring about noise, down, until I reached the basement level. I eased the door open and peered into the dimly lit maintenance area. Clear. The parking garage was through another door. I pressed my ear against it but heard nothing. Taking a deep breath, I pushed it open. The garage was a tomb of concrete and steel, rows of cars sitting in eerie silence. Emergency lights cast long shadows between the vehicles. I moved quickly but cautiously, staying low, using the cars as cover. My truck was on level 2, just 1 floor up. I heard it before I saw it, a shuffle of feet, a low moan. One of them was in here with me. I crouched behind a sedan, peering underneath to see a pair of legs moving slowly between the cars. The gate was uneven, dragging. I had 2 choices, confront it or avoid it. I chose the latter. I didn't want to make noise that might attract others. I waited until it moved past, then crept in the opposite direction, toward the ramp leading up to level 2. I was halfway up when headlights suddenly flooded the ramp. A car came screaming down, much too fast. I plastered myself against the wall as it shot past me, missing by inches. In the brief flash, I saw the driver's face, wild with terror, blood streaming from a bite on his neck. The car crashed into a concrete pillar at the bottom of the ramp. The impact echoed through the garage like a gunshot. Then silence. I waited, listening. The crash would attract them. I needed to move now. Level 2 was clear for the moment. I sprinted to my truck, fumbling with the keys, adrenaline making my hands shake. The engine roared to life, loud in the silence. I winced at the noise but didn't hesitate. I drove up the exit ramp, emerging into a world gone mad. The streets of the South Loop were a war zone. Abandoned cars blocked lanes. Bodies or parts of bodies littered the pavement. The infected roamed in groups, some still wearing the remnants of their former lives. Business suits, medical scrubs, school uniforms. They turned at the sound of my truck, drawn to the noise, to the prospect of fresh meat. I swerved around them, clipping one that got too close. The impact barely registered. These things felt no pain. I navigated the obstacle course of crashed vehicles and wandering dead, heading north toward Lincoln Park. The radio was nothing but emergency broadcasts. The same information repeated: stay inside, avoid contact, wait for help. Help that wasn't coming fast enough. I tried calling Diane again. Nothing. Emma's phone. Nothing. The networks were still overwhelmed. As I drove north on Michigan Avenue, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A military checkpoint had been established near the river, soldiers in hazmat suits checking people before allowing them through. Behind the checkpoint, crews were setting up a massive barrier. They were going to seal off the downtown area. I needed to get through that checkpoint before they completed the barrier. I pressed harder on the accelerator, weaving through abandoned vehicles. As I approached, a soldier stepped into my path, raising his hand. I slowed, stopping a few feet from him. He approached cautiously, rifle ready, face obscured by his hazmat mask. "Sir, I need you to step out of the vehicle." "I need to get through," I said, not moving. "My daughter." "Everyone needs to get through, sir. Please step out for screening." I could see other soldiers checking people, taking temperatures with infrared thermometers, examining arms and necks for bites. Those who passed were allowed through. Those who didn't. I noticed a tent set up away from the checkpoint. People were being led inside. None were coming out. "Sir, final warning. Exit the vehicle." I slowly opened the door, keeping my hands visible. The soldier stepped back, maintaining distance. "Stand still," he ordered, raising a thermometer to my forehead. It beeped. 98.6. Now turn around slowly. Arms out. I complied as he checked me for bites or scratches. "Clean," he called to another soldier, who made a note on a clipboard. "What's happening?" I asked. "How far has it spread?" The soldier's eyes were hard above his mask. "Far enough. North side is still relatively secure. We're establishing a quarantine zone. South Loop is nearly overrun." "My daughter's school is in Lincoln Park." "Lincoln Park High is an evacuation center, right?" He nodded. "For now, but we're consolidating. Navy Pier is the main evacuation point. They're bringing boats." "Boats? You're evacuating by water. Safest way out. The airports are compromised, and the highways are gridlocked. Lake is the only way." "How long do we have?" The soldier looked at me, then at the barrier being constructed. "Not long. Get through while you can." He gestured for me to return to my truck. I drove through the checkpoint, watching in my rearview mirror as they continued building the barrier. They were sacrificing the South Loop, containing the infection by abandoning everyone trapped inside. North of the river, conditions improved slightly. There were fewer infected, more police and military presence. Roadblocks channeled traffic toward designated evacuation routes. I followed signs pointing toward Lincoln Park, hope rising for the first time since this nightmare began. My phone buzzed, a text message. The networks were working intermittently. It was from Diane. "At Lincoln Park High School with Emma. Hurry. They're saying evac to Navy Pier soon." Relief flooded through me. They were alive. They were safe, for now. I typed a quick reply. On my way. Stay put. Lincoln Park High School loomed ahead, a fortress of brick and concrete surrounded by military vehicles. Floodlights illuminated a perimeter guarded by soldiers. A massive crowd had gathered outside. Families searching for loved ones, the wounded seeking help, the desperate seeking shelter. I parked as close as I could and approached on foot, joining the throng pressing toward the entrance. Military police controlled access, checking people before allowing them inside. "I'm looking for my family," I told the MP at the door. "My ex-wife and daughter. They're already inside." "Name?" he asked, checking a tablet. "They would be under Sullivan." "Diane and Emma Sullivan." He scrolled through the list. "Sullivan, Diane, and Emma. Arrived 2 hours ago. Go ahead." The school's gymnasium had been converted into a massive shelter. Hundreds of cots filled the floor, occupied by shell-shocked Chicagoans. Medical stations had been set up along the walls. National Guard troops patrolled the perimeter, weapons ready. I scanned the sea of faces, searching for the two most important people in my life. It was Diane who spotted me first. "Tommy!" Her voice cut through the ambient noise. I turned to see her pushing through the crowd, Emma at her side. I ran to them, embracing them both. Emma clung to me with surprising strength. "Dad," she whispered, her voice muffled against my chest. "Everyone at school, Miss Johnson, they—" "Shh," I soothed, stroking her hair. "You're safe now. You're both safe." Diane looked exhausted, her normally perfect hair disheveled, smudges of mascara under her eyes. But she was alive, unbitten. "Richard?" I asked quietly. She shook her head, eyes filling with tears. "He was at his office downtown when it hit. I haven't heard from him since. The South Loop, where I'd just escaped from. I didn't tell her what I'd seen there." "What happened?" I asked. "How did you get here?" "School called about a security lockdown," Diane explained, guiding us toward their cots. "By the time I got there, police were evacuating the building. They brought us here in buses. Tommy, what is this? They're saying it's some kind of disease, but they're eating each other." "It's a virus," I said, repeating what I'd heard on the news. "Started at DePaul's research lab. They're saying terrorists released it." "Terrorists?" Diane's voice rose. "What kind of terrorist uses a zombie virus?" Emma looked up sharply. "Zombies? Dad, are they really zombies?" I hesitated, not wanting to frighten her more. But Emma was smart, observant. She'd seen things today no child should see. "They're sick people," I said carefully. "The virus affects their brains, makes them violent." "But they don't die," Emma said, her voice eerily calm. "Ethan's dad is a police officer. I heard him say they shot one 10 times, and it kept coming until they got it in the head, just like zombies in movies." I met Diane's eyes over Emma's head. There was no point sheltering her from what was happening, not anymore. "Yes," I admitted, "they're like zombies. But this is a disease, not some supernatural thing. The government's working on it. We just need to stay safe until they figure it out." A lie, but a necessary one. An announcement echoed through the gymnasium. "Attention evacuees. Buses are now loading for transport to Navy Pier. Please proceed to the main entrance in an orderly fashion. Families will remain together. I repeat, buses are now loading." People began gathering their meager possessions. Many had nothing but the clothes they wore. "That's us," Diane said, grabbing a small backpack, all she'd managed to bring. "They said Navy Pier is the main evacuation point. They're bringing in ships from the Navy and Coast Guard." We joined the crowd moving toward the exits. National Guard soldiers directed people onto waiting school buses. As we boarded, I noticed more military vehicles arriving, armored personnel carriers with mounted guns. The bus was packed, every seat taken, people standing in the aisles. Emma sat on Diane's lap, while I stood beside them, holding the rail. As we pulled away from the school, I looked out the window. In the distance to the south, smoke rose from multiple points in the city, fires burning unchecked. "Where will they take us?" Emma asked. "Somewhere safe," I assured her, though I had no idea if such a place existed anymore. The bus convoy moved slowly through streets now controlled by the military. Occasionally we passed groups of the infected, drawn by our noise, but held back by soldiers. Once, a group of them broke through a barricade, charging our convoy. Machine gun fire cut them down. Emma buried her face against her mother's shoulder. Navy Pier came into view, its familiar Ferris wheel silhouetted against the darkening sky, but the festive tourist attraction had been transformed. Military vehicles surrounded it. Helicopters buzzed overhead, and in the harbour ships waited. Coast Guard cutters, Navy vessels, even civilian boats pressed into service. Our bus stopped at a checkpoint outside the pier. Soldiers boarded, checking each passenger again. Temperatures, examination for bites. One woman failed the screening. She'd hidden a bite on her shoulder. As soldiers escorted her away, she locked eyes with me, her expression one of pure terror. She knew what waited for her. The rest of us were allowed to proceed. We disembarked at the main entrance to Navy Pier and were ushered inside. The interior had been converted into a massive processing center. Long tables staffed by military personnel and civilians in CDC jackets. People were being registered, tagged, and directed to different areas. "Sullivan family?" a harried-looking woman said when we reached her table. "3 of you?" "Yes," I confirmed. She typed something into a laptop. "Any medical conditions? Allergies to medications?" We provided the information. Emma's mild asthma, Diane's penicillin allergy, my lack of health issues. "You're assigned to the USS Gerald Ford," the woman said, handing us color-coded wristbands. "Green Zone, Section 4. Follow the green markers." "Where are they taking us?" I asked. "Aircraft carrier will transport evacuees to secure locations on the East Coast. You'll be briefed further on board." She was already looking past us to the next family. We followed the green markers through the crowded pier. People sat in huddled groups, some crying, others staring blankly. Children clung to parents. The elderly were assisted by medical personnel. Despite the chaos, there was organization. The military had clearly prepared for mass evacuations, if not specifically for a zombie apocalypse. As we approached the doors leading to the docks, a commotion erupted behind us. Shouting, then screams. I turned to see people running, panic spreading like ripples in a pond. "They're inside!" someone screamed. "Infected in the building." Gunfire erupted, sharp cracks that echoed through the cavernous space. Soldiers were firing at something near the entrance we'd come through. "Run," I told Diane, grabbing Emma's hand. "To the docks. Now." We pushed through the crowd, moving against the tide of panicked people fleeing in all directions. Emma stumbled, and I scooped her up, carrying her as we ran. Diane stayed close, her hand clutching the back of my shirt. We burst through the doors onto the dockside. Chaos reigned here too. People were being loaded onto small boats that would ferry them to the larger vessels anchored offshore. Soldiers struggled to maintain order as fear threatened to overwhelm the evacuation. "Green Zone!" a soldier shouted, directing people. "Green wristbands to Dock 4!" We pushed toward Dock 4, where a Coast Guard vessel was loading passengers. As we approached, an explosion rocked the pier behind us. The concussion knocked us off our feet. I covered Emma with my body as debris rained down. When I looked up, smoke was pouring from the main building. Through the haze, dark figures lurched forward, dozens of them. The infected had breached the pier. Soldiers formed a defensive line, opening fire, but there were too many. They just kept coming, absorbing bullets, falling only when their brains were destroyed. And for each one that fell, 2 more appeared. "Last boat!" a Coast Guard officer shouted from the dock. "We're at capacity!" The crowd surged toward the boat. Too many people, too little space. I looked at Diane, at Emma, making a split-second decision. "Take her," I said, pushing Emma toward Diane. "Get on that boat." "What? No!" Diane grabbed my arm. "We stay together." "There's no room for all of us," I said, the truth crushing me. "But there's room for a mother and child." "Dad, no!" Emma cried, clinging to me. I knelt, taking her face in my hands. "Emma, listen to me. I need you to be brave now. Go with your mom. I'll find another way out." "Promise?" Her eyes, so like mine, brimmed with tears. "I promise," I lied. I looked at Diane. She understood what I was doing. "Tommy, go," I said, my voice breaking. Keep her safe. I lifted Emma, passing her to a Coast Guard officer on the boat. Then I helped Diane aboard. As the boat prepared to cast off, I stepped back onto the pier. "Dad!" Emma screamed, reaching for me. "I love you, Bug," I called, using my old nickname for her. "I'll see you soon." The boat pulled away, carrying my heart with it. I watched until they were safely away from the pier, heading toward the massive aircraft carrier in the distance. A hand grabbed my shoulder. I turned to find a soldier, face grim beneath his helmet. "Sir, we're evacuating all remaining civilians to the south dock. Follow me." I looked back at the departing boat once more, then followed the soldier. We moved through a service corridor, bypassing the main area where the infected were spreading. Other civilians and soldiers joined us, a ragged group fleeing the overrun pier. We emerged onto a smaller dock where a police boat was waiting. "Everyone aboard," the soldier ordered. "This is the last vessel." I climbed onto the boat with about 20 others. As we pulled away, I watched Navy Pier, one of Chicago's proudest landmarks, being consumed by the infected. The Ferris wheel, once a symbol of joy, now overlooked a scene from hell. The police boat didn't head toward the aircraft carrier that held Diane and Emma. Instead, it moved south, hugging the shoreline. "Where are we going?" I asked one of the officers. "Burnham Harbor," he replied. "We've established another evacuation point there." I looked back at the USS Gerald Ford, growing smaller in the distance. My family was safe. That was what mattered. Burnham Harbor was a smaller operation than Navy Pier had been. Military presence was minimal, mostly Chicago PD and Coast Guard. A few boats were taking on passengers, but nothing like the massive naval vessels at the main evacuation site. "Everyone off," our boat captain ordered as we docked. "Follow the officers to the processing area." We were led to a temporary structure, essentially a large tent, where harried officials were registering evacuees. "We're arranging transport to Milwaukee," a woman in a Coast Guard uniform informed us. "From there, you'll be moved to secure facilities inland." "When?" someone asked. "As soon as we can arrange it," she replied, her expression suggesting that might not be soon at all. I registered my name, receiving yet another wristband, this one blue. Then I found a spot against a wall and sat, exhaustion finally catching up with me. I hadn't slept in nearly 24 hours. As night fell, the situation deteriorated. Reports came in that the infected had breached the military cordon around downtown. They were spreading north, toward the evacuation zones. The distant sound of gunfire and explosions punctuated the darkness. A Coast Guard officer entered the tent, his face grave. "I need all able-bodied men to help secure the perimeter," he announced. "We're short on personnel, and we have infected approaching from the south." I stood, along with several other men. We were led outside, where police officers distributed weapons, mainly batons and a few shotguns. I was given a baton. "We don't have enough firearms," a sergeant explained. "Save the shotguns for emergencies. These things go down with head trauma. Make it count." We were positioned along a makeshift barricade at the harbor's southern entrance. Beyond, the dark streets of Chicago beckoned. Occasionally, shadowy figures would appear, lurching toward us. Police spotlights would illuminate them, and officers with rifles would take them down. But they kept coming, more and more, a trickle becoming a stream. "There's too many," the officer beside me muttered. "We can't hold this position all night." The call came over the radio. The boats were ready. We were being evacuated. "Fall back to the harbor," the sergeant ordered. "Controlled withdrawal." We retreated in stages, maintaining a defensive line. The infected followed, their moans carrying over the sound of lapping water. As we reached the docks, I saw 3 boats waiting, not nearly enough for everyone at the evacuation point. "Women and children first," an officer shouted. "Then the elderly." People surged toward the boats. Order began to break down as fear took hold. I stayed with the defensive line, watching as the most vulnerable were loaded onto the vessels. The infected reached the harbour entrance. Our line held barely. Men with batons struck out at grasping hands and snapping teeth. Shotgun blasts echoed across the water. 2 boats were full now, pulling away. Only one remained. "Last boat," came the call. "Remaining defenders, fall back." I retreated with the others, moving backward toward the final vessel. The infected pressed closer, sensing our withdrawal. One broke through, grabbing a man beside me. I swung my baton, caving in the creature's skull, but the man it had grabbed was bitten, a chunk of flesh torn from his arm. He looked at me, shock and despair in his eyes. Then he turned and ran, not toward the boat, but directly into the horde of infected. He took as many with him as he could before they overwhelmed him, a final act of courage. I reached the boat, one of the last to board. As we pulled away, I watched the harbour fall to the infected. They swarmed over the barricades, devouring those left behind. The screams followed us across the water. Our boat headed north, toward Evanston. The Chicago skyline burned behind us, fires raging unchecked. Smoke turned the night sky an apocalyptic red. "They're saying it's like this in other cities too," a man beside me said quietly. "New York, Los Angeles, Atlanta, all falling." I said nothing. My thoughts were with Diane and Emma, hoping they'd made it safely onto that aircraft carrier, that they were far from this hell now. We reached Evanston just before dawn. The Northwestern University campus had been converted into another evacuation center. Military presence was stronger here, regular army troops rather than National Guard. They had established a defensive perimeter with armored vehicles and machine gun nests. We were processed again, given food and water, assigned to dormitories that had been repurposed as refugee housing. I found a bunk and collapsed, sleep finally claiming me despite the horror of the past day. I woke to alarms and shouting. Disoriented, I sat up to see people running past the dormitory windows. A soldier burst in. "Everyone up! We're evacuating. Infected have breached Evanston's southern perimeter." I grabbed my few possessions and joined the flow of people being herded toward buses waiting outside. Military helicopters thundered overhead. In the distance, gunfire and explosions. "Where are we going?" I asked a soldier directing evacuees. "North," he replied tersely. "Wisconsin border. They've established a quarantine line. The buses moved in convoy, escorted by military vehicles. We traveled north on I-94, passing through suburbs that showed increasing signs of normalcy the further we got from Chicago. Some areas seemed untouched by the chaos, people in their yards staring as our convoy passed, unaware of the hell that was spreading toward them. At the Wisconsin border, we encountered the quarantine line, a massive military checkpoint stretching across the interstate. Barriers had been erected, tanks and armored vehicles stood ready. Soldiers in hazmat suits checked each person before allowing them through. "This is taking too long," someone on our bus muttered. "They'll be here before we get through." As if in answer to his fear, the sound of distant explosions reached us. Looking back toward Chicago, I saw black smoke rising from multiple points. "They're bombing the outer suburbs," our bus driver said, having heard it on his radio. "Trying to create a fire break to stop the spread." When our turn came at the checkpoint, we were screened more thoroughly than before. Blood tests now, not just temperature checks. One by one, we were cleared and directed to new buses on the Wisconsin side. It was on the new bus that I heard a name that would change everything: Carson Pharmaceuticals. 2 soldiers were talking just behind me, not bothering to keep their voices down. "You hear about Carson?" one asked. "The pharmaceutical company?" "What about them?" "Word is they supplied the altered virus to the DePaul lab. Government contract. Bioweapon research disguised as medical studies." "Bullshit! Why would our government create zombies?" "Not zombies specifically. They were working on a targeted virus that could incapacitate enemy combatants without killing them. Problem is, it worked too well. It spread too easily. So how did it get out? That's the thing. It wasn't an accident. Someone deliberately released it. Carson's CEO, Joseph Blake, has disappeared. They think he might have been working with the terrorists. I listened, my blood running cold. A name. I had a name now. Joseph Blake. The man potentially responsible for this nightmare. For separating me from my family. For the deaths of thousands, maybe millions. Our convoy reached Milwaukee by mid-afternoon. The city was under martial law, but functional. The infection hadn't reached this far yet. We were taken to the Wisconsin State Fair Park, where massive exhibition halls had been converted into refugee housing. Inside, I found something I hadn't expected. Information. Television screens had been set up, broadcasting news and updates. People clustered around them, desperate for knowledge of what was happening. I joined one such group. On screen, a grim-faced news anchor was speaking. Confirmed that the pathogen originated from a biological research facility at DePaul University. The facility was conducting research for Carson Pharmaceuticals, a major government contractor. Federal authorities are seeking Carson's CEO, Joseph Blake, for questioning in connection with the outbreak. The screen showed a photograph of Blake, a man in his 50s with silver hair and cold eyes. I memorized his face. The CDC reports that the pathogen, designated CLV1, is a modified strain of rabies combined with elements of other neurological diseases. It attacks the brainstem, shutting down higher brain functions while leaving basic motor control and aggressive instincts intact. Infected individuals remain technically alive but lose all human consciousness. Not zombies in the traditional sense, not dead, but not human anymore either. Infection spreads through bodily fluids, primarily saliva and blood. Symptoms develop within minutes to hours of exposure, depending on the point of entry. There is currently no vaccine or cure. The anchor's expression became even more somber. The president has authorized containment protocols for affected areas. Chicago has been designated a lost zone. Similar designations have been applied to portions of New York, Los Angeles, Atlanta, and Dallas, where the infection has spread most rapidly. Lost zones. They were writing off entire cities. Military forces are establishing quarantine lines around affected areas. Anyone attempting to cross these lines without proper clearance will be treated as potentially infected and... The anchor paused, dealt with accordingly. Shot on sight, in other words. Confirmed safe zones include portions of Wisconsin, Minnesota, and the Dakotas. Evacuees are being directed to these areas. The government urges all citizens to comply with military directives and avoid attempting self-evacuation from affected areas. I turned away from the screen, processing what I'd learned. The world was falling apart, and one man was at the center of it, Joseph Blake. Days passed in the Milwaukee Evacuation Center. More refugees arrived hourly as the infection spread north from Chicago. Resources became strained, military presence increased, tensions rose. I spent my time trying to locate Diane and Emma. The Red Cross had established a database of evacuees, but it was incomplete. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of displaced people, the USS Gerald Ford had reportedly docked in Buffalo, its passengers dispersed to various secure facilities. But there was no record of where Diane and Emma might have been sent. On the 5th day, news came that changed everything. A report that Joseph Blake had been spotted in a compound outside Milwaukee. Carson Pharmaceuticals had a research facility there, isolated, secure, surrounded by forest. According to the news, Blake had holed up inside with a team of scientists and security personnel. The military was preparing to assault the compound, to capture Blake and secure any research that might lead to a cure. but the compound was heavily defended, and Carson's security forces were well armed. I made a decision. If anyone knew what was happening, if anyone might have information that could lead to a cure, it was Blake. And if he was responsible for what had happened in Chicago, he deserved to pay. Leaving the evacuation center wasn't easy. Security was tight, designed to keep infected out, but also keeping evacuees in. But I had skills most didn't. I knew how systems worked, how to bypass them. I slipped out through a service entrance during a shift change, wearing a maintenance uniform I'd appropriated. Once outside the perimeter, I moved quickly away from the center, toward the edge of the city. I needed transportation. The compound was reportedly 20 miles outside Milwaukee, in a forested area near a small lake, too far to walk, especially with the infection spreading and military patrols everywhere. I found what I needed in a shopping center parking lot, a motorcycle, key foolishly left in the ignition by someone who'd fled in panic. I'd ridden in my younger days before Emma was born. The skills came back quickly. The roads leaving Milwaukee were mostly empty. Occasionally military vehicles passed, heading toward the city. I avoided main routes, sticking to back roads, using a map I'd stolen from the evacuation center. As I rode, I planned. Getting into the compound would be the first challenge, then finding Blake, making him talk, learning if there was a cure, or at least a vaccine, and if there wasn't, making him pay for what he'd done. The forest grew denser as I approached the coordinates marked on my map. I cut the motorcycle's engine a mile out, pushing it into the underbrush and continuing on foot. Better to approach quietly. Night was falling, which worked in my favor. I could see lights through the trees, the compound. As I drew closer, I could make out its features, high fences topped with razor wire, guard towers, a main building of glass and steel with smaller structures surrounding it. Very few lights were on. They were conserving power or maintaining blackout conditions. I circled the perimeter, looking for weaknesses. The main gate was heavily guarded, Carson's security personnel in tactical gear, armed with assault rifles. But the back of the compound facing the lake seemed less secure. There was my entry point, but I needed a distraction. I backtracked to the motorcycle, wheeling it to a position near the main gate but out of sight from the guards. I rigged a simple timer using my watch and some wires from my tool belt, elevator mechanic skills proving useful in the apocalypse. When it triggered, the motorcycle's alarm would activate, drawing attention to the front gate. With my distraction set, I moved to the lakeside perimeter. The fence there ran right to the water's edge. I waited in the growing darkness, watching patrol patterns, timing my move. My makeshift timer worked perfectly. The motorcycle alarm blared through the quiet forest, and I watched as guards moved toward the sound, weapons ready. I seized my chance, using wire cutters from my tool belt to cut through the fence where it met the water. The opening was small, but enough for me to squeeze through. Once inside, I stayed low, moving from shadow to shadow between outbuildings. My goal was the main structure, where Blake would most likely be. A side entrance presented itself, a service door with a keycard lock. Another system I understood. I pried open the control panel and bypassed the lock, slipping inside. The interior was climate-controlled, a stark contrast to the humid summer night outside. I moved through service corridors, avoiding the main hallways where I might be spotted. The building was eerily quiet. Most of the staff must have fled when the outbreak began. I found what looked like a security center, monitors showing feeds from cameras throughout the compound. A single guard sat watching, his back to the door. I crept forward, then struck, a quick blow to the head with my wrench. He crumpled without a sound. The monitors showed me what I needed to know. One feed displayed a conference room where several people were gathered around a table. At the head sat Joseph Blake, unmistakable from his news photo. I located the conference room on a building directory and made my way there. As I approached, I heard voices. An argument in progress. Can't just abandon everything, Blake was saying. 15 years of research, billions in development. The government will shut us down permanently if we don't contain this. Contain it? Another voice responded incredulously. It's too late for that. Half the country is infected. We need to focus on a cure, not damage control. There is no cure, a woman's voice said quietly. The virus rewires the brain too quickly. By the time symptoms appear, it's too late. Then a vaccine, the second voice insisted. Something to protect those not yet infected. We're working on it, the woman replied, but it's complex. The virus mutates rapidly. I'd heard enough. I checked the wrench in my hand, then pushed open the door. 5 people sat around the conference table. Blake, 2 men in lab coats, a woman in similar attire, and a security guard who reached for his weapon as I entered. Don't, I said, raising the wrench. I just want to talk. Who the hell are you? Blake demanded, rising from his chair. How did you get in here? My name is Tommy Rourke, I replied, keeping my eyes on the guard. I was in Chicago when your virus got out. I saw what it did. I lost my family because of you. Blake's expression hardened. You don't know what you're talking about. It wasn't my virus. No? The news says differently. They say you were working with terrorists. Blake laughed bitterly. Is that what they're saying? Convenient narrative. Blame the corporate boogeyman instead of the real culprits. And who would those be? Your government, Blake spat. They commissioned the research. A non-lethal weapon that could incapacitate enemy combatants. We delivered exactly what they asked for. The problem was containment. You're saying the government released it? I asked skeptically. No, said the woman in the lab coat. We believe it was an inside job. Someone at the DePaul lab, but not terrorists. A whistleblower who thought they were exposing unethical research. They didn't understand what they were dealing with. So they released a zombie virus to make a political point. I was incredulous. They didn't know it would spread so rapidly, the woman explained. The strain delivered to DePaul was supposed to be attenuated, weakened for preliminary testing, but someone altered it. Who? I demanded. Blake and the scientists exchanged glances. We don't know, Blake finally admitted. But we're working on a vaccine. That's why we're here, not hiding, working. I wanted to believe it was a lie, that Blake was the villain, that I could exact some kind of justice for what had happened to Chicago, to me. But his eyes held no deception, only exhaustion and determination. How close are you? I asked. Close, the woman, clearly the lead scientist, replied. We've isolated the key proteins that allow the virus to bind to brain cells. We're developing antibodies that block those attachment sites. But we need more time, one of the male scientists added, and resources. The military wants to take over our research, move it to their facilities. Which means bureaucracy, delays, Blake said bitterly, while people continue to die, or worse than die. A commotion outside interrupted us. Through the conference room windows, I could see flashing lights, vehicles approaching the compound. Military's here, the security guard said, checking his radio. Main gate reports Army vehicles requesting entry. Blake stood. Stall them. Tell them we're securing sensitive materials before they enter. He turned to me. Mr. Rourke, you have a choice to make. The military will shoot you as an intruder. Stay with us, help us, and maybe we all get through this. Help you how? I asked. We need to move our research. This facility is too exposed. We have another lab, more isolated, but we need to get there with our equipment and samples intact. I thought of Diane and Emma, somewhere out there in what remained of America. If there was a chance for a vaccine, a chance to end this nightmare. What do you need me to do? The next hours were a blur of activity. While the military was held at the main gate with bureaucratic delays, we loaded essential equipment and research materials into a convoy of 3 vehicles, an SUV for Blake and the scientists, a van for the equipment, and a pickup truck loaded with supplies. I would drive the van following Blake's SUV. The security team would bring up the rear in the pickup. We slipped out through a hidden service road that didn't appear on public maps, bypassing the military cordon. Our destination was a hunting lodge, converted to a research outpost, deep in the northern Wisconsin forest. The journey was tense. Main roads were blocked by military checkpoints or abandoned vehicles. Twice we encountered groups of infected, forced to detour around them. Once, we nearly ran into a military patrol and had to hide the vehicles until they passed. Dawn was breaking as we reached the lodge, a sprawling wooden structure surrounded by dense forest with a small lake behind it. Solar panels on the roof and a wind turbine nearby suggested it was self-sufficient for power, perfect for a long-term research operation off the grid. We quickly unloaded the equipment, setting up in what had been the lodge's main hall. The scientists worked with practiced efficiency, establishing their makeshift lab while security personnel secured the perimeter. "How long?" I asked Dr. Chen, the female scientist who seemed to be leading the research, "to produce a viable vaccine?" "Days, maybe a week. To produce enough to matter? Much longer." "We don't have much longer," I pointed out. "The infection is spreading faster than anyone can contain it." "We know," she replied grimly. "That's why we're focusing on a deadlier approach as well." "Deadlier?" Blake joined us. "A modified virus," he explained, "one that targets the infected, specifically the altered brain chemistry the CLV-1 creates." "You're making another virus to kill the first virus," I was skeptical. "To kill the infected," Blake corrected, "quickly, humanely. If we can't save them, we can at least stop them from spreading the infection further. A virus to kill the zombies. It made a certain brutal sense. But the ethical implications were staggering. "And who decides where this virus is released?" I asked. "You'd be killing thousands, millions of infected people who didn't ask for this." "They're not people anymore," Blake said quietly. "You've seen them. Whatever made them human is gone." I thought of Devin, turning mid-sentence from colleague to monster, of the faces I'd seen in Chicago, blank, driven only by hunger. "How would you deploy it?" "Aerosol dispersal," Dr. Chen explained. "The virus would be airborne, highly contagious among the infected, but harmless to normal human physiology. A clean kill," Blake added. "No more headshots. Just release the virus and the infected drop." I wasn't sure if this was brilliant or monstrous. Maybe both. But we were long past conventional morality. "What do you need from me?" I asked. "Protection," Blake replied. "We need to focus on the research. Keep us safe." I became part of the security team, patrolling the perimeter, watching for infected or military patrols. Days blended together as the scientists worked around the clock. They barely slept, fueled by determination and fear. On the 7th day, Dr. Chen announced a breakthrough. "We have a viable vaccine," she told Blake and me. "Limited doses, but it works in lab trials." "And the virus?" Blake asked. "Also ready," she confirmed. "But deployment is the challenge. We'd need aircraft, dispersal equipment, resources we don't have." That evening, as we discussed options, a security team member burst in. "Movement in the forest," he reported. "Multiple contacts approaching from the south." We rushed to defensive positions. Through binoculars, I could make out figures moving through the trees, the jerky, lurching gait unmistakable, infected. At least 30 of them, moving with the instinctual pack behavior they sometimes exhibited. "Where did they come from?" Blake wondered. "We're miles from any town." "Migration pattern," Dr. Chen suggested. "They follow food sources. Move toward noise, light, activity." "They found us," I said grimly, "and more will come." And we had limited ammunition, enough to handle this group, but not an ongoing siege, and gunfire would attract more. We need to leave, Blake decided. Pack up the essential research and samples. We'll find another location. Where? I asked. The military controls the roads. The infected are everywhere. East, Blake replied. The Upper Peninsula of Michigan. We have another facility there, more isolated than this one. As the security team engaged the approaching infected, we hurriedly packed the most critical materials. The vaccine doses, 12 in total, were carefully stored in a portable cooler. The modified virus samples went into a sealed containment unit. We loaded everything into the vehicles, prepared to flee as soon as the immediate threat was neutralized. That's when we heard the helicopters. 2 Black Hawks appeared over the trees, circling the lodge. Spotlights blazed down, illuminating the area and the firefight with the infected. "Military!" Blake muttered. "They tracked us." A voice boomed from a loudspeaker. "This is the United States Army. Lay down your weapons and surrender. You are in violation of federal quarantine orders." Blake turned to me, his expression desperate. "We can't let them take the research. They'll bury it, start from scratch with their own people. Months of delay while the world burns." "What choice do we have?" I asked. "We're surrounded." Blake pulled me aside, away from the others. "Take the vaccines and virus samples. Get them to someone who can use them. The CDC has a forward operating base in Marquette, Michigan. Find Dr. Elizabeth Winters. She'll understand the research, know how to implement it." Me. I'm an elevator mechanic, not a courier for biological weapons. "You've survived this long," Blake said. "You're resourceful. And you have motivation, your family. If anyone can make it through, it's you." He was right about my motivation. If the vaccine worked, if the virus could stop the infected, maybe the world could be rebuilt. Maybe I could find Diane and Emma. "How do I get past the military?" I asked. "There's an ATV in the shed behind the lodge. Take the samples and head east, through the forest. There's a fire road that leads to Highway 45. From there you can make your way to Marquette." It was insane. A suicide mission. But what choice was there? As the security team engaged in a standoff with the military, buying time, creating a distraction, I slipped out the back of the lodge with the precious cargo. The cooler containing the vaccines was strapped to my back. The virus containment unit was secured in a saddlebag on the ATV. I started the engine as the first shots were fired between Carson's security and the military. The noise covered the sound of the ATV as I sped into the darkness of the forest, following the narrow trail Blake had described. Behind me, gunfire intensified. An explosion rocked the night, a grenade or rocket. I didn't look back. My mission was clear: get the samples to Marquette, to Dr. Winters. It was the only thing that mattered now. The forest was a maze of shadows, the ATV's headlight providing minimal illumination. I followed the trail as best I could, occasionally forced to backtrack when it became impassable. Dawn was breaking when I reached Highway 45, a deserted stretch of asphalt running north-south through the forest. I consulted the map Blake had given me. Marquette was approximately 100 miles east. With the ATV's fuel, I could make it halfway before needing to find another vehicle. I rode east on country roads, avoiding main highways where military checkpoints might be established. The landscape was eerily empty. Small towns abandoned, farms deserted. Occasionally, I'd spot infected wandering aimlessly, drawn to my noise, but too slow to catch the speeding ATV. By mid-morning, the ATV's fuel gauge was nearing empty. I needed to find a replacement vehicle, and soon. A small town appeared ahead, Eagle River according to a weathered sign. I approached cautiously, cutting the ATV's engine and coasting to a stop at the town's edge. The silence was oppressive. No birds, no distant traffic, just the whisper of wind through abandoned buildings. I left the ATV hidden in a stand of trees and proceeded on foot, the vaccine cooler on my back, virus containment unit in hand. The town's main street was a snapshot of sudden evacuation. Cars left with doors open, storefronts with signs still announcing summer sales. And bodies. Not many, but enough to tell the story of Eagle River's fall. I moved carefully from building to building, searching for a vehicle with keys, preferably something with good gas mileage. A pharmacy caught my eye. Not for transportation, but for supplies. I needed food, water, medical supplies for the journey ahead. The pharmacy's door was unlocked. Inside, shelves had been partially emptied, the most valuable medications already looted. But there was enough left for my needs. I filled a backpack with energy bars, bottled water, first aid supplies, antibiotics. As I was leaving, a sound froze me in place, a shuffling footstep. I turned slowly. An infected, once a woman in a floral dress, stood at the end of the aisle, swaying slightly. Her eyes fixed on me, clouded but hungry. She began to move forward. I had no firearms, just my wrench. I raised it, prepared to strike, but reluctant to engage in close combat if it could be avoided. A display of cleaning products gave me an idea. I grabbed a spray bottle of bleach and a can of aerosol air freshener. As she lurched closer, I sprayed the bleach directly into her eyes, temporarily blinding her. Then I ignited the aerosol with a lighter from behind the counter, creating a brief but intense flame that set her hair and clothing ablaze. She didn't scream. The infected never did, but the fire disoriented her. I slipped past and out of the pharmacy, her burning form visible through the windows as I hurried away. A hardware store provided my next weapon, a machete that I strapped to my belt. More practical than a wrench for what might lie ahead. I found my transportation behind a diner, a motorcycle similar to the one I'd used in Milwaukee. The keys were still in the ignition, the tank 3/4 full. Enough to get me to Marquette. I secured the vaccine cooler and virus container to the motorcycle and started the engine. The noise would attract any infected nearby, so speed was essential. As I rode out of Eagle River, I glanced in the mirror to see figures emerging from buildings, drawn by the sound. Too late. I was already gone, the road stretching before me toward Michigan and whatever fate awaited there. The border between Wisconsin and Michigan's Upper Peninsula was marked by a military checkpoint on the bridge spanning the Menominee River. I spotted it from a distance and cut the motorcycle's engine, coasting into the cover of trees a 1/4 mile away. Through binoculars, I assessed the situation. The checkpoint was manned by a small unit, 6 soldiers, 1 Humvee with a mounted gun. They were checking all vehicles attempting to cross, turning most away. No chance of bluffing my way through. I needed another route. The river was an obvious barrier, but not insurmountable. I studied my map, finding a railroad bridge about 5 miles south. Less likely to be guarded, and if I could cross on foot, I could find another vehicle on the Michigan side. I abandoned the motorcycle, taking only what I could carry, the precious vaccine cooler, virus container, and a backpack with essentials. The journey to the railroad bridge took over an hour on foot, moving through forest to avoid roads. The bridge was unguarded, as I'd hoped, a simple metal span across the river, tracks gleaming in the afternoon sun. I waited, watching for patrols, but saw none. The military had limited resources, forced to prioritize major crossing points. I crossed quickly, staying low, constantly scanning for threats. Once on the Michigan side, I found myself in another stretch of forest. According to my map, a small town called Powers lay about 10 miles east. With luck, I could find transportation there. By nightfall, I reached the outskirts of Powers. Like Eagle River, it appeared deserted, but I approached cautiously, wary of both infected and military patrols. The town had fared better than others I'd seen. No bodies in the streets. Perhaps they'd evacuated in time or established an effective quarantine. Either way, It made my task easier. I found what I needed at a construction company lot, a pickup truck with keys in the visor and a full tank of gas. Simple security measures like locking doors had become irrelevant in the apocalypse. With the truck, I could reach Marquette by morning. I drove through the night, keeping to back roads, headlights off when possible, guided by moonlight, and a desperate determination to complete my mission. Dawn was breaking as Marquette came into view, a small city nestled on the shore of Lake Superior. Unlike the abandoned towns I'd passed, Marquette showed signs of life. Military vehicles patrolled its streets. Checkpoints had been established at major intersections. Finding the CDC base would be the next challenge. Blake's instructions had been vague, just the name Dr. Elizabeth Winters and the information that the CDC had established a forward operating base in the city. I parked the truck in a wooded area outside town and proceeded on foot, carrying my precious cargo. As I approached, I could see that a perimeter had been established around the city core. Fences topped with razor wire, guard posts at intervals. Getting in undetected would be impossible. I'd have to risk the checkpoints. I approached one manned by National Guard troops rather than regular army, potentially less connected to whatever operation had attacked Blake's compound. "Halt!" A soldier raised his rifle as I approached. "This is a restricted area. Turn back." I raised my hands. "I need to speak with Dr. Elizabeth Winters, CDC. It's urgent." The soldiers exchanged glances. "How do you know Dr. Winters?" one asked suspiciously. "I have information about a vaccine," I replied, "and a countermeasure for the infected. Carson Pharmaceuticals research. That got their attention." I was quickly surrounded, searched, and the containers taken from me. "What's in these?" a sergeant demanded. "Vaccine samples in the cooler." 12 doses. The other container holds a modified virus designed to target infected individuals. I need to get them to Dr. Winters immediately. The sergeant spoke into his radio, too quietly for me to hear the response. Then he turned back to me. "You're coming with us. Try anything and you'll be shot." I was loaded into a Humvee, my hands zip-tied before me, the precious containers placed in a secure box. We drove through Marquette streets, eerily normal compared to Chicago or the towns I'd passed. People walked on sidewalks, though military presence was heavy. We arrived at what had once been Northern Michigan University's science building, now repurposed with CDC and military signage. I was escorted inside, through security checkpoints, to a conference room where I was left under guard. An hour passed before the door opened again. A woman entered, mid-50s, silver-streaked dark hair pulled back in a severe bun, tired eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. She wore a lab coat with a CDC identification badge, Dr. Elizabeth Winters. "I understand you have something for me," she said without preamble. "Carson Pharmaceuticals research." "Yes," I confirmed, "a vaccine and a countermeasure virus, developed by Dr. Chen under Joseph Blake." Her expression sharpened. "Blake? He's alive?" "He was when I left him. His compound in Wisconsin was under military attack." She sat across from me. "Tell me everything, from the beginning." I recounted my story, from the outbreak in Chicago to my separation from Diane and Emma, through my encounter with Blake and his team, to my journey to Marquette. Winters listened without interruption, her expression giving nothing away. When I finished, she was silent for a long moment. Then, "The samples you brought, they've already been taken to our lab for analysis, if they're what you say they are." "They are," I insisted, "but there are only 12 vaccine doses, not enough to matter on a large scale." "But enough to verify the formula," Winters said. "If it works, we can produce more. The countermeasure virus is more complex, releasing another pathogen, even one targeting only the infected." "It's the only way," I argued. "The infection is spreading too fast for conventional containment." Winters removed her glasses, rubbing the bridge of her nose. You don't understand the scale of what's happening. It's not just Chicago, New York, the major cities. It's everywhere. Small outbreaks in every state, every country. Our models show total societal collapse within weeks if we can't halt the spread. Then use what I brought you, I urged. It's the best chance we have. Perhaps, she conceded. I'll need to verify the research, run tests. How long? Days, maybe a week. I thought of the chaos spreading across the country. We don't have a week. Science can't be rushed, Mr. Rourke. Not if we want reliable results. I leaned forward. While you're running tests, I need your help. My family, they were evacuated from Chicago on the USS Gerald Ford, transported to the East Coast. I need to find them. Winters hesitated, then nodded. I'll see what I can do. The refugee database is fragmented, but we have access to most of it. She stood to leave. You'll be kept here until we've verified your story and the efficacy of the samples. If they prove legitimate, you've done humanity a great service. And if they don't? Her expression hardened. Then you've wasted precious time and resources. Time we don't have. Days passed in a blur of questioning, testing, waiting. I was kept in a secure room, comfortable enough, but still a cell. Meals were brought regularly. I was allowed to shower, given clean clothes, but no information. On the fourth day, Winters returned. Her expression was unreadable. The vaccine works, she said without preamble. We've verified it against samples of the CLV-1 virus. It produces a robust immune response. Relief washed over me. And the countermeasure, also verified. It specifically targets the altered neurological patterns in infected individuals. In layman's terms, it shuts down the brain stem functions that the CLV-1 virus preserves. So you'll implement them, mass-produce the vaccine, deploy the countermeasure? Winters sat across from me. It's not that simple. The vaccine requires resources we barely have access to now. We can produce maybe 1,000 doses per day with current capabilities, not enough to turn the tide. And the countermeasure. That's where it gets complicated. The Joint Chiefs are debating deployment methods. Aerosol dispersal over infected areas would be most effective, but it means, essentially, writing off everyone in those areas, infected or not. The virus only affects the infected, I pointed out. In theory, but without large-scale testing, we can't be certain there won't be mutations, unforeseen effects. So what's the alternative? Let the infection spread until there's nothing left. Winters removed her glasses, suddenly looking older, wearier. The alternative is what the military calls clean slate protocol, targeted thermonuclear strikes on major infection hotspots, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, Atlanta, Dallas. I stared at her in horror. Nuclear bombs on American cities? It would halt the spread immediately, create zones that the infected couldn't cross due to radiation, contain the outbreak in isolated pockets that could be dealt with conventionally. You're talking about murdering millions of people, most of whom are already infected or will be soon, Winters replied, her voice clinically detached. The modeling is clear. It's the most efficient solution. Efficient? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. You'd nuke American cities when you have alternatives right in front of you. Alternatives with significant risks and uncertain outcomes. She sighed. For what it's worth, I'm advocating for your solution, vaccine production and countermeasure deployment, but I'm being overruled. The military wants certainty, not experimentation. When? I asked, my voice hollow. The decision will be finalized in the next 24 hours. Deployment within 48 inches. I thought of Chicago, already designated a lost zone, of the South Loop where I'd worked, of my apartment, places that might soon be reduced to radioactive ash. My family, I said suddenly. Did you find them? Winters hesitated, then nodded. Diane and Emma Sullivan. They were processed through Buffalo, then transported to a secure facility in rural Pennsylvania. Camp Dawson relief flooded through me. They're alive. Yes, the camp is well protected, well supplied. They're as safe as anyone can be right now. A thought occurred to me. If you implement the clean slate protocol, what happens to places like Camp Dawson? The fallout. Models indicate minimal radiation exposure at that distance, assuming favorable weather conditions. Assuming. I couldn't keep the anger from my voice. You're gambling with millions of lives on assumptions. Winters stood. This isn't my decision, Mr. Rourke. I'm a scientist, not a general. I present data, options. Others decide. Then let me speak to them, I pleaded. The people making these decisions. Let me tell them what I've seen, what Blake and Chen accomplished. That won't be possible, but I'll continue advocating for the countermeasure approach. She moved to the door, then paused. Thank you for bringing us this research. Whatever happens, you've given us options we didn't have before. Cold comfort, if they chose the nuclear option. That night, I made my decision. I couldn't just sit and wait while faceless generals decided to incinerate American cities. I needed to get to Camp Dawson, find Diane and Emma, and somehow convince someone, anyone, to try the countermeasure before it was too late. Escaping the CDC facility wouldn't be easy. I was under guard, in a secure building, but I was also valuable to them now, the man who delivered a potential game-changing vaccine. They wouldn't expect me to run. The next morning, I was brought to the lab where they were analyzing the samples I'd delivered. Winters had arranged it, a courtesy to show me the work being done with my contribution. The lab was a hive of activity, scientists in hazmat suits working with samples, computers running simulations, military personnel observing from a safe distance. We're preparing to produce the first large batch of vaccine, a young scientist explained as he led me through the facility. 5,000 doses ready by tomorrow. Too little, too late if they go with the nuclear option, I thought bitterly. The tour continued to a secure storage area where the original samples were kept. We maintain the master cultures here, my guide explained. Everything else is derived from these. I noted the security, keycard access, guards posted outside, the heart of their research. As we returned to the main lab, an alarm suddenly blared. Red lights flashed. Perimeter breach, a voice announced over the PA system. All personnel to secure stations. This is not a drill. Chaos erupted. Scientists securing samples, military personnel drawing weapons, everyone moving with urgent purpose. What's happening? I asked my guide. Infected, he replied tersely. They've breached the outer perimeter. How? Marquette had seemed well protected, but it didn't matter. This was my opportunity. In the confusion, I slipped away from my guide, moving deeper into the facility instead of toward the exits where everyone else was heading. I needed access to the secure storage, to take some of the vaccine and countermeasure virus with me. The hallway to the storage area was deserted, everyone having responded to the alarm. The keycard reader glowed red beside the door, locked. I examined the reader, similar to the ones I'd bypassed before. But without tools, it would be challenging. I looked around desperately, then spotted a fire extinguisher in a wall-mounted case. I broke the glass, not caring about the noise with alarms already blaring, and used the extinguisher's metal bracket to pry off the reader's cover. Inside was a maze of wires and circuits. I traced the connections, identifying the ones that controlled the lock mechanism. A quick cross-connection, and the light turned green. The door clicked open. Inside, refrigerated cases held labeled vials and containers. I quickly located what I needed. A small case marked CLV-1 vaccine, primary, and another labeled CLV-CM countermeasure viable. I took 4 vaccine doses, enough for Diane, Emma, and myself with 1 spare, and a single vial of the countermeasure virus. I secured them in my pockets and headed back out, moving toward the sounds of confusion and combat. If infected had breached the perimeter, there would be gaps in security I could exploit. The main atrium of the building had become a battleground. National Guard troops fired at infected pouring through a breached doorway. Scientists and staff fled toward secure areas deeper in the facility. I stayed low, skirting the edges of the conflict, making my way toward a side exit I'd noted during my initial entry. Gunfire and screams covered the sound of my movement. The exit was blocked by a single guard, more focused on the chaos in the atrium than on potential escapees. I waited until his attention was fully on the firefight, then moved swiftly. A quick strike to the base of his skull with the edge of my hand, a move I'd learned in my youth in the boxing rings of South Chicago, and he crumpled. I took his sidearm, a standard issue 9mm, and extra magazines. Then I was out the door, into the chaos of Marquette under attack. The scene outside was apocalyptic. Infected swarmed through streets that had seemed secure just hours before. Military vehicles burned. Civilians fled in panic. Gunfire echoed between buildings. How had this happened? Had the infection been spreading silently within the city, or had a horde broken through all at once? It didn't matter now. I needed transportation, a way to reach Pennsylvania. Camp Dawson, Diane, and Emma. I moved through back alleys, avoiding main streets where the fighting was heaviest. Occasionally I was forced to use the pistol, quick, precise headshots that dropped infected before they could alert others with their inhuman moans. At a small municipal parking lot, I found what I needed. A police cruiser, keys still in the ignition, abandoned in haste. I slid behind the wheel and started the engine, pulling out as infected turned at the sound. The city was in chaos, but the police radio provided information. The breach had occurred at multiple points simultaneously, a coordinated swarm that had overwhelmed defenders. Evacuation was underway, civilians being directed to the harbor where boats waited. I navigated through the madness, using side streets, occasionally forced to ram infected that blocked my path. The cruiser's reinforced bumper made it an effective battering ram. At the city's edge, I encountered a military checkpoint, the last line of defense before open highway. Soldiers waved me through without checking, too busy with the flood of civilians fleeing and infected pursuing. Then I was on US 41, heading south and east. According to the map in the cruiser, Camp Dawson was over 700 miles away. A 12-hour drive in normal conditions, but nothing was normal anymore. I drove through the day and into the night, stopping only when necessary to siphon fuel from abandoned vehicles. The highways were graveyards of cars, many with doors open where people had fled on foot. Others contained the remains of those who hadn't escaped in time. Radio signals came and went as I drove, emergency broadcasts, military updates. The news was uniformly grim: Chicago completely overrun, New York falling, Los Angeles in flames, conventional fire, not nuclear, at least not yet, and a name that chilled my blood. Operation Clean Slate authorized for implementation at 0600 hours tomorrow. They were going forward with it. Nuclear strikes on American soil. Less than 24 hours away. I pushed harder, driving faster despite the risks. The cruiser's lights and siren cleared paths through the occasional cluster of infected or desperate survivors. Dawn was breaking as I crossed into Pennsylvania. The landscape changed, fewer signs of chaos, more military presence. Checkpoints became more frequent, but the police cruiser and my story, heading to Camp Dawson with CDC authorization, got me through. By mid-morning, I reached the outskirts of the camp, a sprawling complex that had once been a National Guard training facility, now repurposed as a refugee center. Fences topped with razor wire surrounded it. Guard towers at regular intervals, military vehicles patrolling the perimeter. I approached the main gate, heart pounding, so close to Diane and Emma, so close to finding them before the world burned. "Halt and identify," a soldier called as I stopped at the checkpoint. "Tommy Rourke," I replied, hands visible on the steering wheel. "I'm looking for my family." Diane and Emma Sullivan. They were transported here from Buffalo. The soldier conferred with others, checking a tablet. "Step out of the vehicle, sir." I complied, keeping my movements slow and unthreatening. The stolen vaccine and countermeasure vials felt like bombs in my pocket. "We need to verify your identity and run security protocols," the soldier explained, directing me to a processing area. I followed instructions, submitted to a temperature check and physical examination for bites or scratches. My ID was checked against databases. The process seemed interminable. Finally, a civilian administrator approached. "Mr. Rourke, we've confirmed your family is here. They're in Housing Section C. I'll have someone escort you." Relief washed over me. They were alive. They were here. A young soldier led me through the camp, a city of tents and prefabricated buildings. Thousands of refugees moved about, their expressions a mixture of relief and uncertainty. They'd escaped the immediate horror. But for how long? Housing Section C was a grid of family tents, each with a number. The soldier checked his clipboard. Sullivan, Tent C247. We wound through the rows until we reached it. A simple olive-drab tent with the number stenciled on its side. "I'll give you privacy," the soldier said, stepping away. I stood before the tent flap, suddenly nervous. How would they react? What had they endured since I'd last seen them? Taking a deep breath, I called out, "Diane? Emma?" The flap opened. Diane stood there, her face thinner than I remembered, dark circles under her eyes. For a moment, she just stared. Then, "Tommy? My God, Tommy!" She fell into my arms, her body shaking with sobs. Over her shoulder I saw Emma rising from a cot, her expression transforming from disbelief to joy. "Dad!" She launched herself at me, nearly knocking me over as she embraced me. I held them both, tears streaming down my face. Against all odds, through the apocalypse, I'd found them again. Inside the tent, they told me their story, the evacuation from Navy Pier, the journey on the USS Gerald Ford to Buffalo, the processing, the transport to Camp Dawson. They'd been here for nearly 2 weeks, safe but uncertain about the future. "Richard?" I asked Diane quietly, while Emma was showing me the few possessions they'd managed to bring. Diane shook her head, eyes downcast. No word. I have to assume. She didn't finish the sentence. I told them an edited version of my journey, leaving out the more dangerous elements, the stolen vaccine, the countermeasure virus. I described Blake and his team working on solutions, the CDC's efforts. "They say we'll be moved again soon," Diane said, "further inland. They're worried about—" She glanced at Emma, not wanting to frighten her. "I know," I said quietly. "Operation Cleanslate." Diane's eyes widened. "You know about that?" "It's classified. They don't tell us anything, but rumors spread." "I heard it on military broadcasts," I explained. "Nuclear strikes on infected zones, scheduled for tomorrow morning." "Oh God," she whispered. "Chicago? New York?" I nodded grimly. "And others." Emma joined us, sensing the serious turn in conversation. "What's happening?" she asked, her voice small but determined. She'd grown up so much in these few weeks. The apocalypse aged everyone, even children. I made a decision. They deserved the truth, or at least part of it. "I brought something," I said, reaching carefully into my pocket. "A vaccine. 4 doses. Their eyes widened as I showed them the small vials. "Where did you get those?" Diane asked. "From the CDC in Marquette. It's experimental, but it works. Enough to protect us." "Illegal," Diane stated, not asking. She knew me too well. "Necessary," I corrected. "The world is falling apart. Rules don't matter anymore. Survival does. She didn't argue. She understood. What about everyone else? There are thousands of people here. The CDC is producing more, I assured her, but slowly. Not enough yet. I didn't mention the countermeasure virus or the nuclear option that would make vaccines irrelevant for millions. So we take these, and we're safe, Emma asked. From the infection, yes. I hesitated. But there are other dangers. We need to leave the camp. Leave? Diane was incredulous. This is the safest place for hundreds of miles. Not for long, I replied. Operation Cleanslate will create fallout patterns. Depending on wind conditions, this area could be affected. That wasn't strictly true. Camp Dawson was likely far enough away to avoid significant radiation. But I needed them to come with me. We had to get the countermeasure virus to someone who could deploy it before the nuclear strikes. Where would we go? Diane asked. I thought quickly. West Virginia. The mountains. There's a CDC facility in the Monongahela National Forest. Another lie, but a necessary one. It's safer there, away from population centers. Diane studied my face, seeing through me as she always could. There's something you're not telling me. Emma watched us both, too perceptive to be excluded. Dad? What is it? I sighed. There's more than just the vaccine. I have a sample of something else, something that could end this. I explained about the countermeasure virus, how it targeted only the infected, how it could stop the outbreak without nuclear fire. If it works, why aren't they using it? Diane asked. Politics. Fear. The military wants the certainty of nuclear weapons, not the risk of another virus, even a beneficial one. So, what's your plan? Diane always cut to the heart of things. Get to the West Virginia facility. Find someone who'll listen. Deploy the countermeasure before they launch the nukes. And if we can't, I had no answer for that. Night fell over Camp Dawson. We administered the vaccine to ourselves. A simple injection, developed for easy field use. The fourth dose I kept as a backup. Escaping the camp wouldn't be easy. Security was tight, designed to keep infected out, but also keeping refugees in. Movement between sections was restricted after dark. Getting to the perimeter would require passing multiple checkpoints. We waited until the camp quieted, most refugees in their tents, guard shifts changing. I'd studied the patterns through the evening, noting the weaknesses in the security setup. There's a gap between patrols on the eastern fence, I explained as we prepared to move. 30 seconds where the section is unobserved. If we time it right, we can cut through razor wire. Diane was skeptical. I showed her the wire cutters I'd stolen from a maintenance shed. Quick and quiet. We packed minimal supplies, water, energy bars, a first aid kit Diane had acquired. Emma carried a small backpack with her few treasured possessions, a photo of the three of us from happier days, a book her teacher had given her, a small stuffed animal that had somehow survived the journey from Chicago. Moving through the camp required patience and timing. We used the shadows between tents, freezing when patrols passed, advancing when paths were clear. At one point, we nearly encountered a military policeman checking tent numbers. We pressed ourselves into a narrow space between tents, barely breathing until he passed. Emma was remarkably calm throughout, following instructions with the serious focus of someone much older. The apocalypse had forced her to grow up overnight. We reached the eastern perimeter fence just as a patrol passed. I counted seconds in my head. The window between this patrol and the next was our only chance. Now, I whispered, approaching the fence with the wire cutters. The heavy-duty tool made quick work of the chain link, creating an opening just large enough to squeeze through. The razor wire at the top remained untouched. Our exit was low to the ground. Emma first, I instructed. She wiggled through the gap, Diane following. I came last, pulling the cut section of fence back into place behind me. It wouldn't withstand inspection, but might not be noticed immediately in the darkness. We moved quickly away from the camp, heading into the forest that surrounded it. The police cruiser was hidden about a mile away, concealed beneath branches and brush off a service road. As we uncovered the vehicle, Emma suddenly stiffened. "Dad," she whispered. "Listen." I froze, straining my ears. Then I heard it, the distinctive moan of infected, not one, but many, and close. "Into the car," I ordered, throwing aside the remaining camouflage. "Now!" They scrambled in as I cleared the last branches. The sound was growing louder, a chorus of inhuman hunger approaching through the trees. I started the engine just as they emerged from the darkness, a group of at least 20 infected, drawn perhaps by the earlier sound of the wire cutters or simply migrating through the area. They charged at the noise of the engine, moving with the terrible single-mindedness that characterized the infected. I threw the cruiser into gear and accelerated away, tires spinning on the dirt road before finding purchase. In the rearview mirror, I watched the group recede, still pursuing but quickly left behind. We'd escaped for now. "There are more of them out here than I expected," I admitted as we reached the main road. "The infection is spreading faster than anyone realizes." "Where exactly are we going?" Diane asked from the passenger seat. Emma sat behind us, unusually quiet. "South, into West Virginia. The facility is near Seneca Rocks, another fabrication." I had no real destination, just a desperate hope of finding someone, anyone, with the authority and will to deploy the countermeasure before nuclear fire cleansed the infected zones. We drove through the night, the roads eerily empty. Occasionally we'd pass military vehicles heading north, reinforcements for places not yet lost. Once, a helicopter thundered overhead, searchlights sweeping the ground. We pulled off the road until it passed, headlights extinguished. Dawn was breaking as we crossed into West Virginia. The mountains rose around us, ancient and indifferent to human catastrophe. I found myself wondering if they'd witnessed other apocalypses in their long existence, the extinction of the dinosaurs, the ice ages, the first human settlements. "Dad," Emma's voice broke into my thoughts. "Look." She pointed ahead, where the road curved around a mountain. A military checkpoint blocked the way, concrete barriers, armored vehicles, soldiers with weapons ready. "What now?" Diane asked. I considered our options. We couldn't go back, couldn't go around. The terrain was too rugged. We'd have to bluff our way through. "Let me do the talking," I said, slowing as we approached the checkpoint. A soldier stepped into the road, hand raised. I stopped the cruiser. "Identification and destination," he demanded, approaching the driver's window. I showed my ID, the temporary pass I'd been issued at Camp Dawson. "CDC personnel," I explained, en route to the Monongahela facility with vaccine samples. The soldier studied my ID, then glanced at Diane and Emma. "They're not authorized personnel." "My family," I replied, "evacuated from the Pennsylvania safe zone due to potential fallout concerns. Check with command. Operation Cleanslate preparations." The mention of the classified operation name gave him pause. He stepped away, consulting with another soldier over a radio. "If this doesn't work," I whispered to Diane, "be ready to run. Into the woods. Head uphill, away from roads." "Tommy," she began, but was cut off as the soldier returned. "No record of CDC evacuation orders," he said, his expression hardening. "Step out of the vehicle, sir." I hesitated, hand moving subtly toward the pistol concealed in my jacket. "Don't," Diane whispered, seeing my intention. "Not in front of Emma." She was right. A firefight would only end one way, with us dead or captured. And Emma witnessing horrors beyond even what she'd already seen. I raised my hands slowly. "There's been a miscommunication. I can explain." The soldier opened my door, gesturing for me to exit. "Explanation can happen back at base." "All of you, out of the vehicle." We complied, standing together as soldiers surrounded us. Emma clung to Diane's hand, her face pale but composed. "Search the vehicle," the soldier in charge ordered. Another began examining the cruiser. "Sir," he called after a moment, "you should see this." The commander approached as the soldier held up the vial of countermeasure virus I'd hidden in the glove compartment. "What is this?" he demanded. I saw no point in lying further. "A modified virus designed to target infected individuals. It could end the outbreak without nuclear strikes." The commander's eyes narrowed. "You're carrying an unauthorized biological agent across state lines during a pandemic. Do you know how many federal laws that violates?" "Laws don't matter anymore," I replied. "Results do. This works. It was developed by Carson Pharmaceuticals, verified by the CDC in Marquette." "Marquette?" The commander's expression changed. "Marquette fell yesterday, overrun completely." My heart sank. Dr. Winters, the scientists, the research, all lost. "Which makes this," he held up the vial, "potentially the only remaining sample of this countermeasure?" "Yes," I said, "and in less than 12 hours, the military will launch nuclear strikes on American cities. Millions will die. This could prevent that." The commander studied me, then the vial, clearly weighing options. "Detain them," he finally ordered. "Secure the biological sample, and get me a direct line to Northcom." We were separated, Diane and Emma taken to one tent, me to another. Through the canvas I could hear radio chatter, urgent consultations. The countermeasure virus had their attention. Hours passed. I sat on a folding chair, guarded by a stone-faced soldier who ignored my questions. Outside, activity increased, vehicles arriving, departing, helicopter rotors thumping overhead. Finally, the tent flap opened. The commander entered, accompanied by an older man in a general's uniform. "Mr. Rourke," the general said without preamble, "I'm General Hargrove, Northern Command. You've created quite a situation." "I'm trying to save lives," I replied, "by smuggling an experimental biological agent, by escaping a secure facility with stolen vaccine doses, by impersonating CDC personnel, by finding an alternative to nuking American cities." The general's expression didn't change. "The countermeasure you brought us has been verified by our biological warfare specialists. It appears to be what you claim, a virus designed to target the CLV1 neurological pattern." Hope flared within me. "Then you'll use it." "That decision isn't mine alone. But I've suspended Operation Cleanslate pending further analysis." Suspended, not cancelled. Still, it was something. "My family are safe," the general assured me, "and will remain so, regardless of the outcome of this situation. And me, that depends on how this plays out. For now, you'll be transported to a secure facility where our best minds can extract everything you know about Carson Pharmaceuticals research." "What about Blake? His team? Did any of them survive the attack on the Wisconsin compound?" The general's expression tightened. "That's classified information," which meant either they didn't know or someone had survived and was already working with the military. "How long do we have," I asked, "before the infection spreads too far for even the countermeasure to work?" "Models suggest a tipping point within 72 hours, the general replied. "After that, the infected population becomes self-sustaining, even with significant interventions. 3 days to save the world." I was transported by helicopter to a facility I wasn't allowed to identify, somewhere in the Appalachian Mountains, a hardened bunker built into the living rock. Diane and Emma came with me, kept in comfortable but secure quarters. For the next 48 hours, I was debriefed constantly, recounting every detail of my interactions with Blake and his team, everything I'd learned about the vaccine and countermeasure. Scientists in hazmat suits worked around the clock, analyzing the sample I'd brought, comparing it to their own research. News from the outside was limited but grim. The infection continued to spread, major cities falling one after another. Military forces were being overwhelmed, infrastructure was collapsing, civilization was unraveling thread by thread. On the third day, I was brought to a conference room deep within the facility. General Hargrove was there, along with several scientists and military officers. Diane and Emma were allowed to join me. "We've reached a decision," Hargrove announced without preamble. "The countermeasure will be deployed." Relief washed over me. "How soon?" "Operations are already underway. Aerosol dispersal via aircraft over major infection zones. Within 24 hours, we'll have coverage of approximately 60% of affected areas." "And the other 40%? Hargrove's expression darkened. "Some areas are too far gone. The concentration of infected is too high for safe aerial deployment. For those, we've authorized limited tactical nuclear strikes." My heart sank. "So Operation Clean Slate still happens?" "In a reduced capacity. 5 targets instead of 27. Areas where the infection is most concentrated and the human population already largely turned. 5 cities would burn so the rest might live. A terrible calculus, but better than the alternative." "What happens now?" Diane asked, her hand finding mine. "To us?" "You'll remain here until operations are complete," Hargrove replied. "After that, the world will be different. We'll all have to find our places in it." He wasn't wrong. Even if the countermeasure worked perfectly, even if only 5 cities were sacrificed instead of dozens, the world had changed irrevocably. Millions dead, infrastructure destroyed, trust in institutions shattered. "One more thing," Hargrove added. "The President will be addressing the nation tonight. For the first time since the outbreak began, he'll be announcing the countermeasure deployment." "Will he mention where it came from?" I asked. "Blake's research? The CDC verification?" "Names aren't important now," Hargrove replied. "Results are." He was right, of course. Blake, Chen, Winters, they'd done the work that mattered. I'd just been the courier delivering hope in a world gone mad. That night, we watched the presidential address on a television in our quarters, one of the few broadcasts still functioning. The president looked exhausted, aged a decade in mere weeks. Behind him, the familiar Oval Office setting seemed almost surreal, a relic of a world that no longer existed. "My fellow Americans," he began, voice solemn, "these past weeks have tested our nation as never before. The outbreak of what has been designated CLV-1 has caused untold suffering and disruption to our way of life. Many of you have lost loved ones. Many more have been displaced from your homes. All of us have been touched by this tragedy." He paused, gathering himself. "Today I can announce that our scientists, working tirelessly, have developed a countermeasure to the infection. Within hours, deployment will begin across affected areas. This countermeasure specifically targets infected individuals, neutralizing the pathogen that has turned our friends and neighbors into something else." He didn't use the word zombies. No official ever did. "I must be candid with you," he continued. "The deployment comes too late for some areas. In 5 locations where the infection density is highest, we have authorized the use of tactical nuclear weapons to create containment zones." Gasps from the officials behind him suggested this announcement wasn't expected. The president had gone off script. "The targets are as follows: the Central Business District of Chicago, Illinois, downtown Atlanta, Georgia, Central Los Angeles, California, Manhattan Island, New York, and downtown Dallas, Texas. These strikes will be precision-targeted, limited yield, and designed to minimize fallout. They will occur simultaneously with countermeasure deployment in surrounding areas." Emma's hand found mine, squeezing tightly. "Chicago, our home, would burn." To those in evacuation centers, in military protection zones, in rural areas untouched by the outbreak, help is coming. The countermeasure will be distributed nationwide within days. A vaccine is in production. We will rebuild. He leaned forward, his expression intense. America has faced great challenges before. We have always emerged stronger. This will be no exception. The road ahead is long, but we will walk it together. The broadcast ended. Diane, Emma, and I sat in silence, absorbing the magnitude of what had been announced. "They're going to nuke Chicago," Emma finally said, her voice small. "Our home." "Buildings can be rebuilt," I told her, pulling her close. "People matter, and thanks to the countermeasure, more people will survive than we could have hoped just days ago." "What happens to us?" she asked. "After?" I looked at Diane, seeing the same question in her eyes. "We start over," I said simply. "Somewhere safe. Together." It was all any of us could do now. Find a place in the changed world, rebuild what we could, remember what was lost. The next morning, we were summoned to the facility's command center, a cavernous room filled with screens displaying maps, data feeds, communication channels. General Hargrove stood before the main display, which showed aircraft deployment patterns across the eastern United States. "Countermeasure dispersal is at 40% coverage," an officer reported. "Initial feedback indicates rapid effectiveness. Infected individuals are shutting down." "Nuclear strike preparations?" Hargrove asked. "Bombers in position. Awaiting final authorization. T-90 minutes. Hargrove noticed us and approached. "I thought you should see this," he said. "The beginning of the end of this nightmare." "Or just the end," Diane murmured, watching the screens where 5 American cities were marked with radiation symbols. "A necessary sacrifice," Hargrove insisted. "The alternative was losing everything." I couldn't argue. I'd seen Chicago fall, had seen the infected spread like wildfire, had known, even as I fought to deploy the countermeasure, that some areas were already lost. We watched in silence as the operation unfolded, aircraft releasing aerosol countermeasure over cities, towns, rural areas, military units establishing perimeters, preparing for the moment when the infected would drop. "Sir!" an officer called urgently. "New data from countermeasure deployment zones!" Hargrove moved quickly to a monitor. "What is it?" "The virus is mutating, adapting faster than projected." My blood ran cold. "Mutating how?" The officer glanced at me, then at Hargrove, who nodded permission. "It's affecting non-infected individuals, not killing them, but changing them." "Changing them how?" Hargrove demanded. "Neurological patterns are showing alterations. Mild aggression increases, territorial behaviors. Nothing like the full infection, but significant." Hargrove's face hardened. "Is it communicable between uninfected individuals?" "Unknown at this time. Early indicators suggest, possibly." The implications were staggering. The countermeasure, designed to save humanity, might be creating a new, milder form of the very affliction it was meant to cure. "Recommendations?" Hargrove asked the room at large. A scientist stepped forward, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses who reminded me painfully of Dr. Winters. "Continue deployment in high infection zones. Pause in areas with primarily uninfected populations until we can analyze the mutation further." "And the nuclear option?" "Proceed as planned," the scientist replied without hesitation. "Those zones are lost regardless." Hargrove issued the orders. Countermeasure deployment continued in the worst-hit areas, paused elsewhere. The nuclear countdown continued unabated. I led Diane and Emma away from the command center, back to our quarters. There was nothing more to see, nothing we could do to influence events now in motion. "Is it ever going to end?" Diane asked as we sat together on the small sofa. "Or just change into something else, something we didn't expect?" "That's how it's always been," I replied. "The world changes. We adapt or we don't. I want to go home, Emma said softly. But home is going to be gone, isn't it? The building, yes, I admitted, but home is where we are together. We'll make a new one. At exactly noon, 5 nuclear devices detonated over 5 American cities. We felt nothing in our mountain bunker, but the screens in the command center, visible through the open door of our quarters, displayed the confirmation. The world had changed again, irrevocably. Humanity had sacrificed pieces of itself to survive. The price of continuation. In the days that followed, reports came in from across the country. The countermeasure worked. Infected individuals dropped where they stood, the virus shutting down their brainstems completely. The modified strain affecting uninfected individuals proved mild and self-limiting, increased aggression and territorial behavior that faded within 48 to 72 hours. A bullet dodged, if barely. Reconstruction began almost immediately. Military forces secured safe zones, expanding outward from protected areas. Refugee camps became settlements, then towns. Infrastructure was rebuilt. Power, water, communications. The nuclear zones remained uninhabitable, monuments to what had been lost. Chicago's downtown, the South Loop where I'd worked, where this had all begun for me, was a radioactive wasteland that would remain so for generations. A month after the countermeasure deployment, we were released from the mountain facility, given supplies, transportation, and our choice of destination among the established safe zones. We chose a small community in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, far from major population centers, self-sufficient, peaceful, a place to heal, to rebuild, to find a new normal. I found work as a mechanic, not elevators, which were luxuries of a bygone age, but engines, generators, the machinery of survival. Diane taught at the community school. Emma made friends with other children who, like her, had seen too much too young. At night, we would sit on the porch of our small cabin, looking at stars brighter than they'd ever been with city lights dimmed across the continent. Sometimes we'd talk about Chicago, about the world before. More often we'd simply be together, grateful for having found each other in the chaos. The South Loop was gone, reduced to radioactive ash. But I had survived, my family had survived, and in that survival was the promise of tomorrow, not the world we'd known, but a world nonetheless, one we would build together, one day at a time, remembering what was lost but looking forward to what might yet be. In the darkness beyond our porch, America was rebuilding itself, different, scarred, but alive. Like all of us who had faced the infected and lived to tell the tale. The apocalypse hadn't ended the world, just changed it. As it always would. The next stories, I never thought I'd die up here. 63 stories above Seattle, dangling like bait on a fishing line. My name is Nick Palmer, window washer, husband, soon-to-be father. At least that was the plan this morning when I kissed Ellie goodbye, my hand lingering on her barely showing belly. "Be careful up there, hero," she'd said, like she always did. I promised I would. Funny how that works out. The day started normal enough. Me and Daryl were assigned the new Emerald Tower, Seattle's gleaming glass middle finger to the sky. Morning fog still clung to the upper floors when we started, the kind that makes the whole city look like it's floating in clouds. Beautiful, in a lonely sort of way. "You packed that disgusting tuna sandwich again?" Daryl asked as we prepped our gear in the maintenance bay. He was always giving me shit about my lunches. "Better than whatever processed crap you're eating," I shot back, checking my harness for the 3rd time. Never can be too careful when you're hanging off the side of a skyscraper. We were about halfway up the building when we stopped for lunch. One of those perfect Seattle days, when the sun actually shows up and Mount Rainier looks close enough to touch. I remember unwrapping my sandwich, thinking about baby names when Daryl started coughing. Not regular coughing. The kind that sounds like something's trying to claw its way out. "You all right, man?" I asked, turning to see him doubled over, sandwich forgotten. When he looked up, blood was pouring from his nose, his eyes bloodshot and panicked. "Something's wrong," he wheezed, clutching his chest. "Really wrong, Nick." That's when I noticed the commotion below. From up here, people looked like ants, but something was off. The ants were running, colliding, some were on the ground. I grabbed the binoculars we keep for spotting problem areas on the glass. Jesus! A woman was tearing into a man's neck, right in the middle of Pioneer Square, not biting, ripping, like a lion with a gazelle, blood everywhere, and she wasn't the only one. "Daryl, something crazy's happening down—" The rest of my sentence died when I turned back to him. His eyes had gone completely red now, blood vessels burst, his skin was grey-white like bad fish, and he was looking at me like I was food. "Daryl," my voice cracked, "come on, man, this isn't funny." He lunged at me with a guttural sound I'll never forget, halfway between a growl and a gargle, wet with blood. Pure instinct sent me backward, nearly toppling off the platform. His teeth snapped inches from my face, rancid breath hot against my skin. I shoved him hard, buying just enough space to grab my squeegee on the long metal pole. When he came at me again, I swung. The metal connected with his temple with a sickening crack. He staggered but didn't go down. I hit him again, and again, until finally he slumped against the railing, still making those awful noises but momentarily stunned. My hands trembling, I grabbed the radio clipped to my belt. "Base, this is Palmer on Platform 7. Something's wrong with Daryl, he's sick or—" The radio crackled back with screams and garbled voices. "Need emergency—" More screams, then nothing. Looking back down at the streets, I could see it was spreading. Cars crashed into each other, people running, falling, being dragged down by others, smoke rising from somewhere near the water, sirens wailing. Daryl started moving again, crawling toward me, his head dented where I'd hit him. Blood matted his hair, but he didn't seem to care, didn't seem to feel it at all. I had nowhere to go. We were on a 3-by-10-foot platform, suspended by cables from the roof. Up or down were my only options. Down meant certain death from what I was seeing. Up, maybe there was a chance. I grabbed my harness controls and started the ascent, leaving Daryl behind. The platform jerked upward in small increments, too slow, way too slow. Below me, Daryl stood on unsteady legs, reaching up as if he could grab me. That's when he caught his foot on the lunch cooler and stumbled against the railing. I watched, frozen, as it gave way under his weight. Safety inspection overdue by 3 months, I remembered bitterly. He didn't even scream as he fell, just kept making that horrible gargling sound until he hit the pavement 60 floors down. I didn't look to see what was left of him. I just kept going up. The roof access door was locked. Of course it was locked. Building policy. No unauthorized personnel on the roof. I pounded on it until my fists were raw, screaming for someone to let me in. Nobody came. That was 4 hours ago. The city is burning now. I can see the fires spreading from building to building. The streets are crawling with them, the infected or whatever they are. Actual fucking zombies, like something out of those movies Ellie hates. Hated. God, Ellie. I tried calling her 100 times, no answer. The last time I tried, the networks were completely down. No service, no nothing. My radio picks up fragments sometimes. The military has been deployed. Quarantine zones are being established. The infection spreads through bites or contact with bodily fluids. Stay indoors. Wait for evacuation. But there's no evacuation coming for me. I'm trapped on a window-washing platform at the top of a skyscraper in a dying city. The sun is setting, and my bottle of water is almost empty. Below me, the building's windows reflect the orange glow of a world gone to hell. I can see them sometimes, pressing their faces against the glass from inside. Office workers, maintenance staff, anyone who couldn't get out. They hammer weakly with bloody fists when they see me, their eyes the same as Daryl's, red, hungry. I've got my squeegee pole, a half-empty water bottle, my phone with no signal, and a dying radio, and about 50 feet of cable I could use to— well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. For now, I'll keep trying the roof access. Keep calling Ellie, even with no signal. Keep breathing, keep hoping. But the sun is setting and it's getting cold up here, and I never thought I'd die like this. Dawn breaks over a changed Seattle. I must have dozed off despite everything, exhaustion finally winning out over terror. My neck aches from sleeping sitting up, back against the locked roof access door. The platform sways gently in the morning breeze, 63 floors above what used to be civilization. The city below is nearly unrecognizable. Smoke rises from dozens of locations, thick and black. Cars abandoned in the streets, some overturned, some still smoldering. No movement except for them, the infected, shambling between buildings, gathering in groups when they spot potential prey, dispersing when there's nothing to hunt. The Coast Guard had sent boats yesterday. I'd watched them through my binoculars loading people at the waterfront. But gunfire erupted, panic spread, and the last boat I saw leaving was swarmed by desperate swimmers, capsizing not far from the pier. Nothing since then. My radio crackles occasionally, but the broadcasts have changed. No more talk of evacuation or quarantine zones. Now it's remain in place and do not attempt to reach emergency shelters. The military's falling back, establishing a perimeter around the city. They're talking about containment now, not rescue. I check my phone again. Still no signal. The battery's at 42%. I scroll to Ellie's picture, taken on Mount Rainier just 3 months ago, her smiling face unaware of what was coming. What we were both unaware was coming. A noise startles me, scratching at the roof access door behind my back. I scramble away, nearly falling off the platform in my panic. The metal door shudders with impacts from the other side. They're up here. Somehow they've reached the roof, and now they know I'm here too. I need a plan. The platform can move up and down, but I'm already at the top. I could go down, but what then? The streets are death. The building is apparently full of infected. There's nowhere to go. Wait, the adjacent building, Parker Tower, is only about 20 feet away. Slightly shorter than this one, maybe 3 or 4 floors. If I could somehow swing the platform like a pendulum, it's insane, but less insane than staying here to starve or be torn apart. I examine the platform controls. They're designed to move up and down, not sideways. But if I detach one of the cables and keep the other attached, no, that would flip the platform. I need something else. The door behind me buckles slightly. They're getting through. Then I see it. The window squeegees have extension poles that can reach about 15 feet when fully extended. If I can hook something on the other building, maybe I can pull myself across the gap. Not the whole platform, just me. I quickly assemble the poles, connecting 2 together for extra length. The door behind me is beginning to give, pale fingers pushing through a growing gap at the hinges. I search the platform frantically for something to use as a hook. Nothing. Then I look down at my harness, the carabiners. They're designed to hold my weight. I remove one and tape it to the end of the pole with my entire roll of duct tape, creating a makeshift grappling hook. The door splinters further. A face appears in the gap, a woman in what was once an expensive business suit, her eyes crimson, jaw snapping at nothing. "Focus, Nick! Focus!" I extend the pole toward Parker Tower, aiming for an open maintenance hatch on their roof. Too short. I need another few feet. The door's giving way. I unbuckle my belt, loop it around the pole and carabiner to add another foot of length and try again. The hook catches on something, but when I pull, it slips off. Again. This time it holds. I test the weight. It feels secure. Now comes the insane part. I tie my safety line from my harness to the pole, creating a makeshift zip line. If this works, I'll slide down the incline to the other roof. If it fails, 60 stories is a long way to regret a bad decision. The roof access door crashes open. 3 infected stumble out, immediately fixing their dead eyes on me. No time to second guess. I grip the pole with both hands, step up onto the platform railing, and jump. For one heart-stopping moment, I'm falling. Then the line catches, and I'm sliding down toward Parker Tower, the pole bending dangerously under my weight. The infected reach the platform behind me, their groans fading as I glide away. The pole snaps when I'm about halfway across. Time slows as I plummet. 4 stories down, I slam into the side of Parker Tower, the breath knocked from my lungs. Pure instinct makes my hands grab at the building's exterior. My fingers catch a window ledge, tendons screaming in protest. Somehow, impossibly, I hold on. Blood trickles down my arm from where the safety line cut into my wrist when it broke. My shoulders feel like they're being torn from their sockets. But I'm alive. I glance down. Still 50-some floors to fall if I let go. Not an option. The window next to me is darkened office space. I kick at it with my steel-toed boot. Nothing. Again. The glass spiderwebs. Third kick. It shatters inward. I pull myself through, collapsing onto the floor of an empty office, gasping. Blood drips onto the carpet. My blood cuts from the glass. Not good. If what the radio said is true, any bodily fluid can spread the infection. I lie there for what feels like forever, waiting for my heart to stop trying to punch through my ribcage. When I finally look up, I realize I'm not alone. A desk is overturned in the corner. Behind it, I see movement. Someone hiding. Hello? My voice is a rasp. I'm not infected. A face peers over the desk. Young guy, maybe mid-20s, glasses, terrified eyes. Human eyes. He's clutching a letter opener like a dagger. How did you get in here, he demands, not moving from his barricade. Window washer, I say, gesturing weakly to my uniform. From the building next door. Just trying to survive, man. He stares at me, then at my bleeding arm. You're bleeding. Glass cuts. Just happened. I'm clean, I swear. He doesn't look convinced. They said any bodily fluids. I know what they said, I interrupt. But I was on the outside of a building since this started. No contact with anyone infected. The blood is from the glass, that's all. He considers this, fear battling with loneliness in his eyes. Finally he stands, letter opener still raised. I'm Marcus, IT department. Nick, window maintenance. Marcus steps forward cautiously. You should bandage that. I have a first aid kit. As he digs through a drawer, I take in the office space. Cubicles, overturned furniture, signs of panic, a half-eaten birthday cake on a break room table visible through a doorway, paper plates scattered around it, someone's last celebration. How long have you been here? I ask as Marcus hands me the first aid kit. Since it started. Yesterday morning, he says, keeping his distance. I was working early. Heard screaming, locked the floor down and hid. He watches me clean and bandage my cuts. Most people got out before it spread to this building. I waited too long. By the time I tried to leave, they were in the stairwells. I nod, finishing with the bandages. Anyone else here with you? Not anymore. His face darkens. There were 5 of us. 2 tried to make a run for it last night, the other 2... He glances toward a closed conference room door. Turned. My blood runs cold. They're still here. Locked in the conference room. I couldn't. His voice breaks. One was my boss. The other was her assistant. They were good people. I stand, testing my weight on shaky legs. We can't stay here if there are infected on the floor. Where exactly do you think we can go? Marcus asks. Desperation edging into his voice. The whole city's fallen. They're everywhere. Up, I say, the roof. We can see what's happening, maybe signal for help. Marcus laughs bitterly. There's no help coming. Haven't you been listening to the radio? They've quarantined the entire city. We're on our own. Then we figure it out ourselves, I say, with more confidence than I feel. But first, we need to get somewhere safer than a floor with infected. He seems to consider this, then nods reluctantly. Elevator's out. Emergency stairwell at the end of the hall, but we need supplies. We gather what we can find. Bottled water from a dispenser, vending machine snacks Marcus had already broken into, the first aid kit, and a fire axe from the wall. Marcus has been rationing his food, unclear how long he'd need to hide. Smart kid. Ready? I ask, hefting the axe. He nods, gripping his pathetic letter opener and a backpack full of supplies. The hallway is silent except for the occasional thump from behind the conference room door. We move quickly past it, heading for the stairwell. The emergency exit sign flickers overhead, backup power apparently failing. I pull the stairwell door open slowly, listening. Nothing but the hollow echo of the concrete shaft. We start climbing, floor after floor, muscles burning. Marcus is in worse shape than me. Window washing keeps you fit, and he's breathing hard by the fourth flight. How much farther? He gasps. 8 more floors to the roof, I say, checking the number on the door beside us. Need to rest. Before he can answer, a door slams open somewhere above us, followed by the sound of multiple footsteps. Heavy, uneven, shuffling. Back, I whisper, pulling Marcus down to the previous landing. In here. I push through the door to floor 58. This floor is different. Executive offices, plush carpeting, expensive artwork. The power is still on here. Backup generators apparently prioritizing the executive level. Smart glass windows tint automatically against the morning glare. Rich folks, Marcus mutters. Even their zombies probably wear Rolex. Despite everything, I laugh, a tight, nervous sound that feels foreign in my throat. Let's check the floor. Make sure it's clear. The executive floor is laid out in a ring around a central elevator bank. We move clockwise, checking each office. Empty. Signs of hasty departure. Handbags left behind. Coffee cups still half full. Computers still on. These people got out early. Probably helicopter evac from the roof. Must be nice. In what must be the CEO's office, we hit the jackpot. A mini fridge stocked with food, a private bathroom with running water, and best of all, a gun. Sleek black pistol in the desk drawer, along with 2 clips of ammunition. Do you know how to use that? Marcus asks as I check the weapon. My dad took me hunting, I say. Not entirely a lie. We went once when I was 12. I never fired anything larger than a .22, but Marcus doesn't need to know that. Looks like a 9mm. Simple enough. The desk phone catches my eye. I pick it up, hear a dial tone, and nearly drop it in shock. It's working, I breathe. Marcus rushes over. Try 911! I dial with trembling fingers. It rings and rings. No answer. Try the emergency broadcast number, Marcus suggests, pointing to a pamphlet on emergency protocols pinned to a bulletin board. I dial the number. This time, someone answers. Seattle Emergency Management. This is Dispatch 7. Hello, I shout, relief flooding my voice. We need help. We're trapped in Parker Tower near downtown. There are 2 of us, uninfected. Sir, the dispatcher interrupts, voice mechanical. The Seattle metropolitan area is under federal quarantine. No rescue operations are being conducted within the containment zone at this time. My heart sinks. But we're not infected. There must be evacuations happening. Helicopters. All civilian evacuations have been suspended as of 2200 hours yesterday. The infection rate exceeded containment protocols. I'm sorry, sir. So what are we supposed to do? I demand, anger replacing hope. A pause. Remain in place if you're in a secure location with supplies. The quarantine will be reassessed in 14 days, pending containment success. 14 days, we can't... I'm sorry, sir. This line needs to remain open for tactical communications. The dispatcher's voice softens slightly. If you have access to the roof, monitor for supply drops. Military airdrops are scheduled every 72 hours for trapped survivors. Before I can ask more, the line goes dead. I look at Marcus, whose face has gone pale. 14 days, he whispers. If we're lucky, I say, setting the phone down. But she mentioned supply drops on rooftops. That's something. Marcus walks to the window, staring out at the burning city. Do you think it's like this everywhere? I join him. From this height, Seattle looks apocalyptic. Smoke plumes rise from dozens of locations. Military helicopters circle in the distance. Near the harbor, I can see ships, Coast Guard and Navy, forming a blockade. No one in, no one out. No, I say finally. They wouldn't quarantine us if it was everywhere. They're trying to contain it here. Why Seattle? Marcus asks, voice hollow. What made it start here? I shake my head. Wrong place, wrong time. Bad luck. But even as I say it, I remember fragments from the radio broadcast yesterday. Something about a research facility. Containment breach. Then the broadcast stopped mentioning causes and focused only on emergency protocols. We should keep moving, I say, turning from the window. Get to the roof before those things in the stairwell find this floor. We gather our supplies, including the gun and the CEO's gold-plated letter opener, which Marcus trades for his standard one with a grim smile. Might as well die fancy, he jokes weakly. The executive floor has its own private staircase to the roof. Of course it does. Access through a security door behind the CEO's personal assistant's desk. It requires a keycard, which we find in the assistant's drawer. Privilege has its benefits. The private staircase is narrow but clean and well lit by emergency lighting. We climb quickly, adrenaline overriding fatigue. At the top, another keycard panel glows red beside a heavy metal door. Cross your fingers, I mutter, swiping the card. The light turns green. The door unlocks with a heavy clunk. Sunlight floods in as we step onto the roof of Parker Tower, momentarily blinding after the dim interior. When my eyes adjust, I take in our surroundings. The rooftop is massive, housing mechanical equipment, satellite dishes, and a helicopter pad. No helicopter, unfortunately. The view extends for miles in every direction. The sprawling city, the distant mountains, the shimmering waters of Puget Sound, and death. Death in every direction. Seattle is falling. Even from up here I can see the infected crowding the streets, breaking into buildings, spreading through the city like a virus through a bloodstream. Military jets roar overhead occasionally, but they're observing, not helping. The quarantine is in full effect. Over here, Marcus calls, pointing to a rooftop storage shed. Might have supplies. The shed is unlocked, containing maintenance equipment and, more importantly, camping gear. Apparently someone liked to sleep under the stars on occasion. There's a tent, sleeping bags, a camping stove with fuel, and some freeze-dried food. This buys us time, I say, examining the supplies, but we need to think longer term. Marcus sits on an air conditioning unit, staring at the horizon. 14 days is a long time. So we take it one day at a time, I reply, arranging our supplies. We have water, food for maybe a week if we ration. The camping gear gives us shelter. And after a week? I don't answer immediately, scanning the rooftops around us. Several other buildings have people on them, survivors like us, trapped above the horror. Some wave when they spot us. Others just watch, as shell-shocked as we are. We're not alone, I say, pointing to the other survivors. That gives us options. Maybe we can communicate, pool resources. Marcus looks skeptical but nods. I guess it's better than nothing. We set up the tent near the center of the roof, away from the edges where we might be spotted from below. The day passes slowly as we inventory supplies, rest, and try to process our new reality. I find myself constantly checking my phone, hoping for a signal that never comes, thinking of Ellie. Is she alive? Did she get out before the quarantine? Our apartment was near the university, miles from here. I try not to imagine what might have happened there, but the thoughts come unbidden. Ellie, her small baby bump just starting to show, fighting off the infected. Ellie running through chaotic streets. Ellie turning into one of them. Hey, Marcus says, interrupting my spiral. We should take shifts sleeping. I can take first watch if you want to rest. I nod, grateful for the distraction. Wake me in 4 hours. And Marcus, I hand him the pistol. Only use this if absolutely necessary. The sound will attract them. He takes it nervously. Have you seen how they behave? What attracts them? Noise, definitely, I say, recalling the broadcasts. Movement. Maybe smell. They're not smart, but they're persistent. As I crawl into the tent, exhaustion hits me like a physical force. I haven't truly rested since yesterday morning. Despite the circumstances, despite my worry for Ellie, sleep takes me almost instantly. I dream of falling, of Daryl's face as the railing gave way, of reaching for Ellie across an ever-widening chasm. I jerk awake, heart pounding, to Marcus, shaking my shoulder. "Nick, wake up!" he hisses urgently. "Someone's coming!" I scramble out of the tent, disoriented. The sun is lower now. I've slept longer than 4 hours. Marcus points to the private stairwell door, which is shuddering with impacts from the other side. "How long has that been happening?" I ask, grabbing the fire axe. "Just started," Marcus says, the gun shaking in his hand. "What do we do?" I move to the door, listening to the rhythmic thumping. Too coordinated for infected. I call out, "Who's there?" The pounding stops. A voice responds, "Survivors!" The stairwell's blocked below us. "We need help." I look at Marcus, who shrugs. "Could be a trap," he whispers. "Why would survivors set a trap?" I whisper back, though the same thought had occurred to me. "Let us in, please," the voice calls again. "They're right behind us." That decides it. I position myself to the side of the door, axe raised, and nod to Marcus. "Open it, but stand back. Keep the gun ready." Marcus unlocks the door and jumps away. I tense, ready to swing. The door bursts open, and 2 figures stumble through, a middle-aged man in a security uniform and a young woman in hospital scrubs. Both are breathing hard, wild-eyed with fear, but clearly not infected. The security guard is bleeding from a gash on his forehead. "Close it!" the guard shouts, spinning around to push the door shut again. Something slams into it from the other side, nearly pushing it open. I drop the axe and add my weight to the door. Together, we force it closed, and Marcus turns the lock. The pounding continues from the other side, more frenzied now. Multiple impacts, multiple infected. "Thank you," the security guard gasps, sliding down to sit with his back against the door. "They were right behind us. Another minute and—" "Who are you?" I demand, retrieving my axe but keeping it visible. "Ray Mendoza," the guard says, touching his bleeding head gingerly. "Building security. This is Dr. Chen from Seattle General." The woman in scrubs nods, still catching her breath. She's young, maybe 30, with short black hair pulled back in a ponytail. "Maya Chen, ER resident. Or I was, until yesterday." "Nick Palmer," I say, lowering the axe slightly. "This is Marcus from IT." Dr. Chen immediately notices Marcus's nervous handling of the gun. "You might want to point that somewhere else," she suggests calmly, "unless you're planning to shoot us." Marcus lowers the weapon, embarrassed. "Sorry, just being careful." "Smart," Ray says, wincing as he touches his wound. "Can't be too careful now." Dr. Chen moves toward him, professional instincts kicking in. "Let me look at that." I watch them, still suspicious. "How did you get here?" Ray lets Dr. Chen examine his wound as he explains. "I was on duty when it started. Managed to lock down the lobby, but they eventually broke through. I've been moving up floor by floor since yesterday, looking for survivors." "I found him on 51, Dr. Chen adds, cleaning Ray's cut with supplies from our first aid kit. "I was hiding in a supply closet after my—" She pauses, swallowing hard. "After my boyfriend turned. I came here looking for my sister. She works in this building." "What floor?" Marcus asks. "Marketing. 47 inches. Marcus shakes his head. "I'm sorry." "I was on 57. Everyone below 55 is— they're gone." Dr. Chen's professional demeanor cracks slightly, pain flashing across her face before she composes herself. "I thought as much when I couldn't reach her, but I had to try." The pounding at the door continues, though less coordinated now, as if the infected are losing interest. "We have a camp set up," I say, gesturing to our meager supplies. "Not much, but you're welcome to join us." "Thank you," Ray says sincerely. "I haven't slept in 30 hours. As we settle our new companions, sharing water and some snack bars, I find myself studying Dr. Chen. An ER doctor could be invaluable in our situation. Dr. Chen, I begin. Maya, she corrects. I think we're past formalities. Maya, I nod. What do you know about this? The infection, I mean. You must have seen early cases. Her face darkens. Too many. It started coming into the ER 2 days ago. People with high fevers, aggressive behavior, extreme hunger. We thought it was a bad flu strain at first, maybe bath salts for the violent ones. She shakes her head. By yesterday morning we had infected staff. It spread through bodily fluids, blood, saliva, even sweat if it gets into cuts or mucous membranes. Incubation is fast, as little as 15 minutes, no more than an hour. Any treatment? I ask, already knowing the answer. Nothing worked. We tried everything. Antivirals, antibiotics, sedatives. The infected just keep going until their bodies give out, and even then... She looks away. Even with catastrophic injuries, they don't always stop. Like zombies, Marcus whispers. I wouldn't use that word in front of my colleagues, Maya says with a grim smile. But yes. Functionally, they behave like zombies from the movies. The infection hijacks the brain, prioritizing basic functions. Hunger, aggression, locomotion. Higher functions shut down. They're not the people they were anymore. Any idea where it came from? I ask. Maya and Ray exchange a look I can't quite interpret. There are rumors, Ray says carefully. Something about a research facility outside the city. Experimental treatment for Alzheimer's that went wrong. That's all they are. Rumors, Maya adds quickly. What matters is that it's highly contagious and so far fatal in 100% of cases. I think of Daryl, how quickly he turned. And there's no cure. Maya looks away. Not that I've seen. The conversation dies after that, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Ray volunteers to take the next watch, and the rest of us try to rest. But sleep is hard to come by, with the occasional thump still coming from the stairwell door. As darkness falls over Seattle, the true scope of the catastrophe becomes clearer. Without city power, only emergency lighting and fires illuminate the landscape. From our vantage point, it looks like the end of the world, and for all intents and purposes, it is. Day 2 on the roof dawns with grey skies and light rain, typical Seattle weather, oblivious to the human catastrophe below. The moisture is both blessing and curse. We collect rainwater in improvised containers, supplementing our dwindling supply. But the dampness chills us to the bone, even with the camping gear. Ray has proved his worth overnight, organizing our supplies and establishing a perimeter of sorts, using maintenance equipment to barricade vulnerable points. He's military, it turns out. 8 years in the army before becoming a security guard. It shows in his methodical approach to our survival. Maya has taken over medical duties, treating my rope burns and keeping an eye on all of us for signs of infection. Her clinical detachment is cracking, though. I caught her crying silently this morning, looking at a photo on her dead phone. Her sister, I assume. Marcus has surprised me. The nervous IT guy has found his niche as our communications expert. Using parts salvaged from rooftop equipment, he's trying to build a radio transmitter powerful enough to reach outside the quarantine zone. So far, no success, but it gives him purpose. Me? I'm the scavenger. With my experience in harnesses and rope work, I'm the only one who can safely navigate between buildings. We've identified 3 nearby rooftops with potential supplies, and I'm preparing to attempt the first crossing. This is insane, Maya says, watching me rig a rope system between our building and the adjacent office tower. If you fall... I won't, I say with more confidence than I feel. I do this for a living, just not usually from roof to roof. Ray helps me secure the anchor points. The cable should hold. It's rated for elevator safety equipment. I check my harness, salvaged from maintenance supplies, one last time. The plan is simple but dangerous. I'll slide across to the neighboring building using the cable we've strung, search for supplies, and return the same way. If I'm not back in 2 hours, assume something went wrong, I tell them, securing the carabiners to the cable. Don't wait for me after dark. That's not happening, Maya says firmly. We wait for you, period. I appreciate the sentiment, but no, it's foolish. 2 hours, then secure the roof. That's an order. I look at Ray, who nods grimly. He understands the math of survival. Before they can argue further, I step off the roof, my weight transferring to the cable. For one heart-stopping moment, the system creaks and stretches. Then it stabilizes, and I begin the hand-over-hand journey across the 50-foot gap, dangling 12 stories above certain death. The crossing takes less than 2 minutes, but ages me a decade. When my feet touch the neighboring roof, my arms are burning, hands raw despite the gloves Ray found me. This building is shorter than Parker Tower, with a different layout. A large greenhouse occupies one corner, someone's rooftop garden project. My spirits lift at the sight. Fresh food would be a game changer. I sweep the roof quickly, checking for infected or other survivors. Finding neither, I focus on the greenhouse. Inside, vegetables are withering from just 2 days of neglect, but many are still salvageable. I fill my backpack with tomatoes, cucumbers, and herbs. Protein will be our biggest challenge, but this is a start. A rooftop access door leads into the building. I hesitate, hand on the knob. Going inside means risk, but also potential rewards. Food, medicine, weapons. Our long-term survival might depend on what I find. I think of Ellie, of our unborn child, of the promise I made to come home. I open the door. The stairwell is dark, emergency lights providing minimal illumination. I click on the flashlight we salvaged from the camping gear, the beam cutting through the gloom. No movement. I descend cautiously, axe in one hand, light in the other. The top floor is executive space, similar to Parker Tower. Deserted but untouched. No signs of violence or infection. These people evacuated in time. I search quickly, finding energy bars in a desk drawer, a bottle of whiskey, antiseptic I tell myself, and, miracle of miracles, a satellite phone in what must be the emergency response office. I pocket the phone, heart racing. If it works, we can call for help. Real help, not the useless emergency line. 2 more floors down, I hit the jackpot, the company cafeteria. The kitchen is locked, but a service corridor leads to a storage room. Canned goods, pasta, rice, cooking oil, enough to feed us for weeks, not days. I stuff my backpack until the seams strain, promising to return for more. On my way back up, I hear it. The shuffling, groaning sound of the infected. Close, too close. I freeze, listening. Multiple infected moving on the floor below me. If I'm quiet, they won't find me. Then a crash echoes through the stairwell, something metallic falling, not from me, from above, on the roof. I race upward, taking the stairs 2 at a time, no longer concerned with stealth. If someone, or something, is on the roof, my team is in danger. The cable system is our only lifeline. I burst through the access door, ready to swing my axe, and stop short. 3 survivors are huddled by my cable setup, arguing in harsh whispers. 2 men and a woman, all in business attire, all looking desperate and exhausted. They spin toward me, eyes wide with fear. One man raises a stapler in a pathetic attempt at defense. "Who are you?" the woman demands, her voice cracking. "I'm from the building next door," I say, lowering my axe slightly but keeping it ready. "That's my cable system." "We need to get across," says the second man, younger than the first, with a wild look in his eyes. "They've reached the executive floor. It's only a matter of time before they're up here." As if summoned by his words, pounding begins on the access door I just came through, the infected following the noise of my ascent. "That door won't hold long," I warn, making a split-second decision. If you want to come with me, we go now, but I need to take these supplies back first. The three exchange glances, then nod frantically. I'm Lawrence, says the older man, discarding his stapler. This is Jen and Mike. We've been trapped here since yesterday. Nick, I reply shortly, already attaching my backpack to the pulley system we rigged for transferring supplies. Get ready to cross. One at a time. I send the backpack across first, watching as Ray receives it on the other side. Then I help Jen into a spare harness, show her how to clip in, and send her across. She makes it, moving quickly despite her obvious terror. Mike goes next, less gracefully but successfully. Lawrence is preparing to follow when the access door bursts open. 3 infected stumble onto the roof, office workers in bloody business casual, their eyes vacant and hungry. Go! I shout, pushing Lawrence toward the cable. I swing my axe at the nearest infected, catching it in the shoulder. It staggers but doesn't fall, unfazed by what would be an incapacitating wound in a living person. Lawrence clips in and pushes off, gliding across the gap as I fend off the infected. They're not fast, but there are 3 of them, and more emerging from the stairwell. I can't fight them all. With the last survivor safely across, I clip myself to the cable. An infected lunges for me as I step off the roof, its fingers brushing my boot. Then I'm in the air, sliding down the cable toward Parker Tower, the infected left behind. Or so I think. Halfway across, I hear a terrible sound, metal grinding against metal. I look back to see an infected throwing itself against the roof anchor, its weight threatening to dislodge the setup. As I watch in horror, another infected joins it, then another. The combined weight is too much. The anchor gives way with a shriek of tearing metal. The cable goes slack beneath me, and I'm falling. Pure instinct makes me grab the cable with both hands, arresting my fall but sending shooting pain through my shoulders. I hang suspended over a 60-story drop, the cable now a slack line between buildings rather than a taut bridge. Nick! Ray shouts from Parker Tower. Hold on! We'll pull you in! I can see them scrambling to secure their end of the cable, to turn our transit system into a rescue line. But the distance is too great, the angle too steep. Even if they could pull me to their roof, the cable would scrape along the building edge, likely severing under my weight. Below me, the streets teem with infected. Their distant figures look like ants from this height, but I know what awaits if I fall. Not death, at least not immediately. Infection. Turning into one of them. With trembling arms, I begin to pull myself hand over hand toward Parker Tower. Each movement is agony, my muscles screaming from the earlier crossing and now this. The cable sways with my movements, threatening to spin me around and make me lose my grip. I fix my eyes on my goal, on Ray and Maya and the others reaching out as if they could bridge the impossible gap, on the supplies I've found that might keep us alive another day, on the satellite phone in my pocket that might be our salvation. I think of Ellie, one hand after another, inch by excruciating inch. When I'm close enough for them to reach me, Ray and Marcus lean dangerously far over the edge, grabbing my arms and hauling me onto the rooftop. I collapse, lungs burning, muscles quivering with exhaustion. You crazy bastard, Ray mutters, but there's respect in his voice. Maya immediately checks me for injuries, her doctor's instincts taking over. Any bites? Scratches? Contact with infected? No, I gasp. Clean. While I recover, Ray debriefs our new arrivals. Lawrence, Jen, and Mike have been surviving on breakroom snacks and bottled water since the outbreak. They have no special skills to offer, but Lawrence is a regional manager with knowledge of the building layouts downtown, which could prove useful. When I can finally stand, I reveal my prizes. The food elicits genuine smiles, the first I've seen since this nightmare began. The satellite phone provokes something close to religious awe. Does it work? Marcus asks, already examining it with expert hands. I don't know, I admit. Needs a password to access, I think. Marcus nods. Give me some time with it. If it's functional, I can crack it. That night we feast, relatively speaking. Maya cooks pasta on the camping stove, mixed with fresh vegetables from the greenhouse. We each get a small portion, the first hot meal since the world ended. It's bland without sauce, but it feels like a banquet. After dinner, I pull Ray aside to discuss what's on both our minds. 8 people now, I say quietly. Supplies won't last. He nods, military pragmatism asserting itself. The greenhouse buys us time, but we need a better plan than just surviving day to day. The supply drops the emergency line mentioned. If they happen, Ray interrupts, and if they drop anywhere near us, and if we can reach them before the infected or other survivors. So what do you suggest? Ray looks out over the darkened city. We need to consider moving, finding a more defensible position with better access to resources, a place we can secure properly. Leave the roof? The idea seems insane after all we've done to make it safe. Not immediately, Ray clarifies, but soon. Before we're too weak from hunger or desperation, the military has likely established safe zones within the quarantine, places they're holding until evacuation becomes possible again. How do we find these places? Ray points to the satellite phone Marcus is working on. That's our first step. If we can make contact, get information about secure locations. I nod slowly, seeing his point. And if we can't, then we scout. Your rope skills, my military experience. We can move across rooftops, observe patterns, look for signs of organization among the chaos. It's a plan. Not a great one, but better than slow starvation on a rooftop. One day at a time, I say, repeating my earlier mantra. Ray claps my shoulder. One day at a time, he agrees, but always with the next day in mind. As the others settle in for the night, I take first watch, gazing out at what's left of Seattle. Fires have consumed entire blocks, their orange glow creating a hellish landscape. Occasionally, distant gunshots echo, other survivors fighting their own battles. I take out my dead phone, staring at Ellie's picture until the screen dims to conserve what little battery remains. I'm coming home, I whisper to her image. Somehow. But as I look out at the ruins of our city, I wonder if home exists anymore. If anything will ever be the same again. 3 days on the roof. The rain has stopped, leaving a crisp autumn chill in the air. Our group has settled into a routine of sorts, gathering rainwater, preparing meals, standing watch, planning our next moves. Lawrence, Jen, and Mike have integrated into our small community, each finding ways to contribute. Lawrence's management experience actually proves useful for organizing our supplies and rotations. Jen was a personal trainer before the world ended, and she leads daily exercise sessions to keep us fit and our minds occupied. Mike, we discover, was a chef in a previous life, and he works miracles with our limited ingredients. Marcus has been obsessed with the satellite phone, working on it day and night. This morning, his persistence paid off. The screen finally flashed to life after he bypassed the security systems. "Got it!" he shouted, startling us all during breakfast. "We're in!" We gathered around as he navigated the unfamiliar interface. The phone is military-grade, designed for emergency communications with encryption and secure channels. It takes Marcus nearly an hour to figure out how to make a call and who to call. "Emergency services are overwhelmed," he explains, scrolling through preset contacts. "But here, Joint Base Lewis McCord, that's military. They might have actual information." He places the call on speaker, static then a crisp voice. "JBLM Emergency Command, identify yourself." Marcus freezes, suddenly uncertain what to say. I take the phone from him. "This is Nicholas Palmer, civilian." We're a group of 8 survivors, trapped on a rooftop in downtown Seattle. We're uninfected and have supplies for maybe a week, requesting information on evacuation plans. Silence for several seconds. Then, "Stand by for verification." More silence. This time longer. Just as we begin to fear we've lost the connection, a new voice comes on, deeper, authoritative. "This is Colonel Hammond, Joint Task Force Seattle. Mr. Palmer, we're tracking your satellite signal. You're in the Parker building, is that correct?" "Yes," I confirm, surprised by their precision. 55th floor rooftop. "Good. Listen carefully. There are no civilian evacuations being conducted at this time. Repeat, no evacuations. The infection has spread too rapidly. Seattle is now designated as Containment Zone Alpha. Our hopes plummet collectively." Maya turns away, shoulders slumping. "However," the colonel continues, "we are maintaining 3 secure zones within the containment area for essential personnel and critical civilian specialists. If any of your group possess medical, military, or scientific expertise, you may qualify for priority extraction." Ray and Maya exchange glances. They would qualify. "We have a military veteran and an ER doctor," I say. "Names and service details," the colonel demands. Ray steps forward. "Staff Sergeant Raymond Mendoza, U.S. Army, 75th Ranger Regiment, Honorable Discharge 2018, Service Number 873-45-9021. And Dr. Maya Chen, Emergency Medicine, Seattle General," Maya adds. More silence as they presumably verify this information. "Confirmed," the colonel finally says. "We can authorize extraction for Mendoza and Dr. Chen. Nearest secure zone is at Harborview Medical Center. Extraction team can attempt pickup in 48 hours if you can reach that location." My heart sinks. Only Ray and Maya qualify. The rest of us would be left behind. Ray must see it in my face. He shakes his head slightly, then speaks into the phone. "Negative, Colonel." We stay together as a group. These people wouldn't survive without us, and we're not abandoning them. "That's your choice, Sergeant," the colonel responds, his tone neutral. "But be advised, resources are limited. We cannot guarantee extraction for non-essential personnel at any point in the foreseeable future." "Understood," Ray says firmly. "Can you at least provide information? Safe routes, infected concentrations, other survivor groups?" The colonel pauses. I wonder if he's weighing how much to tell us, whether it's worth using resources on people who might not survive anyway. "The situation is fluid," he finally says. "Downtown core is heavily infected. Your current location is in a hot zone. The stadium district has been cleared and fortified as Safe Zone 2. Harborview Medical Center is Safe Zone 1. University of Washington campus is Safe Zone 3, but it's surrounded by heavy infection." My pulse quickens at the mention of UW. That's near our apartment, near Ellie. "If you attempt to reach any safe zone," the colonel continues, "travel at night. The infected are less active, less coordinated in darkness. Stay off the streets. Use rooftops, sky bridges, maintenance tunnels. Our surveillance shows the infected congregate in open areas and commercial zones. Residential areas are less densely packed, but still dangerous." "Any information on the Stadium District route?" Ray asks, already planning. "Northwest approach is clearest. The monorail track provides an elevated path for approximately half the distance, but the stations are compromised. You'll need climbing equipment for the gaps." Ray nods, though the colonel can't see him. "And if we make it to Safe Zone 2? "What then?" "Report to the military checkpoint. Your satellite phone gives you priority access. From there, we're evacuating essential personnel to secure facilities outside the containment zone as resources allow. It's not much of a plan, but it's something, a direction, hope, however faint." "One last question," I interject. "Any information on survivor groups near the University District? Specifically, Roosevelt area?" A pause. "Negative. No confirmed survivor groups in that sector. UW Safe Zone is restricted to research personnel and their immediate families. The surrounding areas are considered non-viable. My heart constricts. Ellie's chances of survival were already slim, but hearing it confirmed, Understood, I managed to say. Thank you, Colonel. Good luck, Mr. Palmer. Mendoza, Chen. The offer stands if you reconsider. Hammond out. The line goes dead, leaving us in silence. So, Marcus says finally, the Stadium District. Ray is already spreading out a map of the city he found in the building's emergency protocols. About 3 miles from here, not far as the crow flies, but we're not crows, Mike finishes grimly, and the streets are death. Not the streets, I say, studying the map. The colonel mentioned the monorail. Its elevated runs right through downtown. Westlake Center to Seattle Center, Marcus confirms. But the stations will be infected. I trace the route with my finger. We don't need the stations. Just the track. If we can reach it from a nearby rooftop, we can move along it above the streets. And when it ends, Lawrence asks, there's still a gap between Seattle Center and the stadium. We bridge it, Ray says decisively. Like Nick has been doing between buildings, we bring rope, harnesses, create our own paths. It sounds impossible, but no more impossible than surviving on this rooftop indefinitely. When do we go? Jen asks, her voice small but determined. Ray and I exchange looks. Tonight, we say simultaneously. The remainder of the day is a flurry of preparation. We inventory our supplies, deciding what to take and what to leave behind. Every ounce matters when you're traversing rooftops and improvised bridges. Food, water, first aid supplies, the satellite phone, weapons, climbing equipment. Everything else is a luxury we can't afford. Maya conducts a final medical check on everyone, ensuring we're all fit for the journey. I've recovered from my cable crossing ordeal, though my shoulders still ache. Ray reviews the route with each person, drilling the plan into our heads. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the ruined city, we gather for a final meal on our rooftop sanctuary. Mike has prepared what he calls apocalypse paella, rice with the last of our fresh vegetables and canned meat. We eat in silence, each lost in thoughts of what lies ahead. I want to say something. Lawrence speaks up suddenly. The former executive looks different now, thinner, grimmer, but somehow more human than when we first met him. 3 days ago I was hiding in my office, certain I would die alone. Now, he looks around at our faces. Now I have a chance, because of all of you. Whatever happens tonight, I'm grateful for that. Jen raises her water bottle. To survival. To survival. We echo, the makeshift toast bringing a moment of unity. As darkness falls completely, we make our final preparations. Dark clothing, backpacks secured tightly, weapons accessible but not in hand. Ray and I will lead, with Marcus and Maya in the middle, Lawrence, Jen and Mike following, and Ray bringing up the rear. Remember, Ray says as we gather at the edge of the roof, move quietly, stay together, and if someone turns, he pauses, the unspoken reality hanging in the air. We know what to do, I finish for him. No one wants to say it aloud, but we've discussed it. If any of us gets infected, the others won't let them turn. A bullet to the head is more mercy than becoming one of those things. The first building-to-building crossing is the hardest, psychologically more than physically. We've rigged a new cable system to the adjacent office tower, and one by one we make the crossing. Lawrence hesitates the longest, but with encouragement from Jen, he finally clips in and makes the journey. On the new rooftop, we pause to get our bearings. The monorail track is still several buildings away. We'll need to cross through at least 2 more structures to reach it. The next building is connected by a sky bridge 2 floors down. We find the roof access and descend cautiously, flashlights dimmed to avoid attracting attention. The stairwell is clear, but as we approach the sky bridge level, we hear them, the shuffling, groaning sounds of the infected. Ray holds up a closed fist, the military signal to halt. He peers around the corner, then pulls back. 4 of them, he whispers, in the corridor between us and the sky bridge. I grip my axe tighter. Can we go around? No other access on this floor. We'd have to go down and back up. Going deeper into the building means more risk. We need to clear the path in front of us. I'll take point, Ray says, drawing his knife. He's insisted on silent weapons for this part of the journey. Nick, Maya, back me up. The rest of you stay here until we clear it. I nod, readying my axe. Maya grips a metal pipe she's fashioned into a spear of sorts. The three of us move into the corridor, immediately drawing the attention of the infected. They turn as one, lurching toward us with outstretched arms. Ray takes the first one, a quick thrust under the chin, into the brain. The infected drops. I swing my axe at the second, catching it in the temple with a sickening crunch. Maya keeps the third at bay with her spear while I free my weapon. The fourth is faster somehow, nearly reaching Ray before he can turn. I shout a warning, and Ray spins just in time, his knife slashing across the infected's throat. It doesn't stop the creature, but it staggers it long enough for Maya to drive her spear through its eye. In seconds, it's over. 4 bodies on the floor, dark blood pooling. We're all breathing hard, the reality of what we've done and what we'll need to continue doing, sinking in. Check yourselves, Ray orders. Any blood splatter, any scratches, report it now. We examine ourselves and each other, clean this time. The others join us, stepping carefully around the bodies. Marcus looks ill, Mike is trembling, but they keep it together as we move onto the sky bridge. The elevated walkway gives us our first clear view of the streets since the outbreak, and it's worse than I imagined. The infected move in herds, dozens or hundreds strong, flowing through the streets like a grotesque river. Occasionally they'll converge on something, a sound, movement, perhaps a survivor, creating a feeding frenzy that makes my stomach turn. Keep moving, Ray murmurs. Don't look down. The next building is eerily quiet. We move through darkened office spaces, encountering no infected, but seeing signs of the panic that ensued when the outbreak hit. Overturned furniture, abandoned personal items, a half-eaten lunch still on a desk. A bloodstain on the carpet near an elevator, but no body. We find the stairs to the roof and continue our journey. The next crossing is trickier. The buildings don't align perfectly, requiring a diagonal approach. Ray and I rig a rope system while the others keep watch. As I secure the anchor point, I notice Maya staring out at the city, her expression unreadable. "You okay?" I ask softly, joining her. She doesn't look at me. "I was supposed to save people," she says, her voice barely audible. "That's why I became a doctor. Now I'm killing them." "They're not people anymore," I remind her gently. "Aren't they?" She finally turns to me, her eyes haunted. The infection takes over the brain, but the body is still theirs. The face is still theirs. When I put a spear through that man's eye, I recognized him. He delivered mail to my department at the hospital. I have no answer for her. The philosophical questions seem pointless in the face of survival, but I understand her struggle. "We're doing what we have to," I say finally, "to stay alive, to maybe find a cure someday." She nods, not entirely convinced but composed once more. The rope system looks good. Let's keep going. One by one, we make the crossing to the next building, now just one structure away from the monorail track. As Lawrence, the last in our line, begins his crossing, disaster strikes. The anchor point, secured to an HVAC unit, begins to pull loose from the roof surface. The unit tilts precariously as Lawrence is only halfway across. "Move!" I shout to him. "Faster!" Lawrence panics, freezing on the line. "You can make it!" Jen calls to him. "Don't stop!" The HVAC unit groans, metal scraping against concrete as it slides toward the roof edge. Lawrence hangs suspended over the 60-story drop, paralyzed with fear. Without thinking, I clip into a safety line and run to the edge, reaching out over the precipice to grab the main line. "Ray, help me hold it!" Ray is beside me instantly, grabbing the cable. Together we take the weight as the anchor tears free completely, the HVAC unit plummeting to the street below with a distant crash. Lawrence dangles from the cable, now held only by our strength. "Pull me up!" he screams, his legs kicking in empty air. "Stop moving!" Ray shouts back. "Hand over hand toward us!" Now. Somehow, Lawrence finds the courage to follow instructions. Inch by agonizing inch, he pulls himself along the cable as Ray and I strain to keep it from slipping through our grasp. The others form a human chain behind us, anchoring us to the roof. When Lawrence finally reaches the edge, we haul him up and over, all of us collapsing in an exhausted heap. "Thank you," Lawrence gasps, his entire body trembling. "I thought I was dead." "Not today," Ray says grimly, checking his torn and bleeding hands. The cable had cut through his skin as he held it. Maya immediately attends to his injuries, cleaning and bandaging them. "These need to be monitored," she warns. "Any sign of infection? The regular kind, not—" She doesn't finish the sentence. The crash of the HVAC unit has attracted attention. Below us, infected are converging on the sound, hundreds of them filling the street. "We need to move," I urge, helping Ray to his feet. "That noise will draw every infected for blocks." We hurry across the roof to the final building before the monorail. This crossing is simpler. The buildings are nearly the same height, separated by a narrow alley. We use a makeshift bridge of planks found in a roof storage shed, crossing quickly but carefully. Finally, we reach our target, a 10-story office building whose upper floors are level with the monorail track. From the roof, we can see the elevated track stretching into the darkness, a silver pathway through hell. "We'll need to break through a window to access the track level," Ray says, examining the building. "9th floor should put us right where we need to be." We find the stairwell and descend. The 9th floor is dark and silent, another abandoned office space. According to the floor directory, it housed an accounting firm. Cubicles stretch in orderly rows, ghostly in our flashlight beams. Ray leads us to the north side, where the monorail passes closest to the building. Through the windows, we can see the track just a few feet away. "Here," he says, pointing to a corner office. This gives us the closest access point. The office belonged to a senior partner, plush carpet, expensive desk, framed certifications on the walls. A family photo shows a middle-aged man with his wife and teenage children. I wonder fleetingly if they made it out, if they're in one of the safe zones, or if they're shambling through the streets below. "Stand back," Ray tells us, wrapping his hand in fabric before striking the window with the butt of his knife. The safety glass spiderwebs but doesn't shatter. He hits it again, harder, and this time it breaks outward, falling onto the monorail track with a clatter that seems deafening in the night. We wait, tense, listening for any response to the noise. Nothing immediate, but in the distance we hear the moans of infected, always searching, always hungry. "We go now," Ray says, securing a rope to the window frame. "This is the most dangerous part. Once we're on the track, we stay in single file, move quickly but carefully. The track wasn't designed for foot traffic. He goes first, climbing out the window and dropping onto the monorail track. Maya follows, then Marcus. Mike hesitates, looking down at the street far below, visible through the gaps in the track. "I can't," he whispers, backing away from the window. "I'm sorry. I can't do it." "You can," Jen insists, taking his hand. "We've come this far." "We're not leaving anyone behind. There's no other way to the stadium," I add. "This is our best chance." Mike looks at us, terror plain on his face, but nods shakily. Okay. Jen goes next, her athletic training showing in her confident movements. Then Mike, moving slowly but steadily. Lawrence surprises us all with his determination after his near fall earlier. I'm last, taking a final look at the abandoned office before stepping out onto the track. The monorail track is narrower than it appeared from inside, maybe 3 feet wide, with the power rail running alongside. We move in single file, staying in the center of the track, away from the edges. The metal structure vibrates slightly with our weight, the sound seeming to echo in the night air. Below us, the streets are a nightmare. Infected roam in packs, occasionally looking up as if sensing our presence but unable to reach us. From this height, their features are indistinct, just dark shapes moving against darker pavement. It's almost possible to forget what they are. Almost. We've covered about half a mile when we hear it, a strange rhythmic pounding from up ahead. At first, I think it's machinery, some automated system still functioning despite everything. Then I see the source, and my blood runs cold. A pack of infected has somehow found its way onto the track. They're stumbling toward us, at least a dozen of them, former monorail workers, judging by the tattered uniforms some still wear. They must have been caught on the track when the outbreak hit. "Back!" Ray hisses, raising his hand to halt our column. "We need another route." But before we can turn, Marcus gasps, pointing behind us. More infected are shambling onto the track from the building we just left. They've followed the noise of our passage, and now we're trapped between two groups, with nowhere to go but down. "What do we do?" Mike asks, his voice trembling. Ray assesses the situation with military precision. Forward group is smaller. We break through them, continue to the next station. It's our only option. "Break through?" "How?" Lawrence demands. "We're on a 3-foot-wide track." "Very carefully," Ray says grimly. "Nick, Maya, with me. The rest of you, stay tight behind us. When we engage, move past them as quickly as you can." He draws his knife, and I ready my axe. Maya grips her spear. The three of us move forward, forming a tight wedge. The infected see us coming and increase their pace, lurching forward with outstretched arms, their moans echoing in the night air. As they draw closer, I can make out their features. Bloated faces, milky eyes, mouths dark with old blood. "Now!" Ray shouts when they're just feet away. He lunges at the first infected, driving his knife into its temple. It drops, but there's nowhere for the body to go except down onto the track, creating an obstacle. Maya strikes next, her spear taking another infected through the throat. It falls against the safety rail, hanging half off the track. I swing my axe in a horizontal arc, catching a third infected in the chest. It staggers but doesn't fall, grabbing at the axe handle, trying to pull me closer to its snapping jaws. "Keep moving!" I shout to the others as I struggle with the infected. "Go around us!" Marcus squeezes past, then Mike and Jen, hugging the opposite rail as they edge around the conflict. Lawrence hesitates, then follows. The infected are focused on us, the immediate threat, ignoring the others as they slip by. I finally wrench my axe free and swing again, this time connecting with the infected skull. It crumples, falling partly onto the track, partly hanging over the edge. I step over it, following Ray, who has already dispatched 2 more. Maya is in trouble. An infected has grabbed her spear, pulling her off balance. She teeters on the edge of the track, one foot slipping into empty air. I lunge for her, grabbing her arm and pulling her back, just as Ray drives his knife into her attacker's eye socket. The infected falls, taking Maya's spear with it to the street below. "Thanks," she gasps, her face pale with the near miss. We've created a gap, but more infected are coming. The others have made it through, continuing along the track toward the station. "Fall back," Ray orders. "Follow the group." I'll hold them off. "Not alone," I say, positioning myself beside him. "Both of you go," Maya insists, picking up a metal bar from the track. "I can handle myself." Ray looks like he wants to argue, but the approaching infected leave no time for debate. "Together then." On 3, we hit them and run. 1, 2, 3. We charge the remaining infected, striking quickly and brutally, creating just enough space to slip past them. Then we're running along the track, the metal structure swaying alarmingly under our pounding feet. Behind us, the infected follow, slow but relentless. Ahead, the others have reached the Westlake station. The station platform is dark, possibly clear of infected. Marcus waves frantically, urging us on. We're 50 yards from safety when disaster strikes. Mike, still moving across the platform, stumbles. His foot catches on a loose piece of metal and he falls, not onto the platform but backward onto the track. He screams as he tumbles over the edge, managing to catch himself at the last moment, hanging from the track by his fingertips. "Help!" he cries, his legs dangling over a 60-foot drop to the infected-filled street below. "Please!" I can't hold on. Jen and Lawrence rush to him, grabbing his arms, trying to pull him up. But Mike is a big man, and their position is awkward. They're struggling, and their movements are drawing the attention of infected inside the station. "Go," I tell Ray and Maya. "Help them. I'll hold these ones off." They hesitate for only a moment before sprinting toward the others. I turn to face the infected pursuing us along the track, 5 of them, spread out in a shambling line. I take a deep breath, plant my feet, and ready my axe. The first infected reaches me. I sidestep its grasping hands and bring my axe down on its skull. It drops to its knees, then topples off the track. The second is closer than I expected, nearly grabbing me before I can reset. I kick it hard in the chest, sending it stumbling backward into the third. They fall together, a tangle of limbs temporarily blocking the track. I glance over my shoulder. Ray and Maya have reached Mike, adding their strength to the rescue effort. They're pulling him up inch by inch, but more infected are emerging onto the platform from the station interior, drawn by the commotion. The infected eye kicked is rising again. I swing my axe in a wide arc, separating its head from its shoulders. Dark blood sprays across the track, making the metal slick. I step carefully, avoiding the puddle, as I confront the next one. This infected is different, faster, more coordinated. It ducks under my swing and lunges forward, teeth snapping at my arm. I pivot, bringing my elbow down on the back of its neck, then drive my knee into its face. It staggers but recovers quickly, coming at me again. I realize too late that I'm being forced backward, away from the station, from my group. The 5th infected is circling around, trying to trap me between them. I need to end this quickly. I feint with the axe, then change direction mid-swing, catching the faster infected in the side of the head. It goes down hard. I turn to face the last one, but my boot slips in the blood on the track. I stumble, dropping to one knee, the axe clattering against the metal. The infected lunges. I raise my arm instinctively and its teeth sink into my jacket sleeve. I punch desperately at its face with my free hand, trying to dislodge it. The fabric of my jacket tears and I feel a sharp pain in my forearm. Number. No, no, no. With a surge of desperate strength, I grab the infected by the throat and slam its head against the track railing. Once, twice, until its grip loosens. I scramble away, retrieving my axe, and bring it down on the creature's skull. Then silence, broken only by my ragged breathing. I look down at my arm, pulling back the torn sleeve with trembling fingers. A semicircle of puncture marks mars my skin, already oozing blood. Bite marks. I've been infected. The knowledge hits me like a physical blow. I stagger, suddenly lightheaded. According to Maya, I have as little as 15 minutes before the infection takes hold, before I become one of them. I look toward the station. My group has pulled Mike to safety and they're fighting off the infected on the platform. They haven't seen what happened to me. They don't know. I should tell them. I should let them end it for me, quickly and mercifully, before I turn. That was our agreement. But another thought intrudes, a selfish, desperate thought. The stadium district is less than 2 miles away. The safe zone, military doctors, maybe a cure, or at least research into one. If I can reach it before I turn completely, it's a foolish hope. No one has survived the infection once bitten, but I'm not ready to die. Not yet. Not without knowing if Ellie is alive, if our child will ever be born into this broken world. I tear a strip from my shirt and bind the wound tightly, concealing it under my jacket sleeve. Then I run toward the station, toward my group, axe held high, to join the fight. They don't need to know. Not yet. Not until I can't hide it anymore. I'm running out of time. The station platform is chaos when I reach it, infected streaming from the interior terminal, my group fighting desperately to maintain their position. Ray and Marcus stand at the forefront, weapons flashing in the dim emergency lighting. Maya and Jen protect Mike, who's still recovering from his near fall. Lawrence stands slightly apart, wielding a broken signpost like a spear, his face set in grim determination. I wade into the fight without hesitation, my axe rising and falling, clearing a path through the infected. My wounded arm throbs with each movement, the bite burning as if branded into my flesh, but the pain keeps me focused, keeps me present. I can feel the infection spreading through my body, a fever beginning to build, muscles aching in a way that has nothing to do with exertion. "Nick!" Ray shouts when he sees me. "The escalators! We need to get down to street level." I follow his gesture toward the non-functioning escalators leading down to the concourse. It's our only route forward, but the area below teems with infected. "Too many," I call back. "We'll be overrun." "Alternative?" he demands, driving his knife through an infected's eye socket. I scan the station, looking for another option. The monorail tracks continue through the station, leading toward the next stop, Seattle Center. If we can get back on the tracks. "The maintenance walkway!" I shout, pointing to a narrow service platform running alongside the tracks out of the station. We bypass the concourse entirely. Ray follows my gaze, then nods sharply. "Everyone to the walkway!" Move. We fight our way to the access point, forming a defensive circle as each person steps onto the narrow walkway. I go last, holding the infected at bay until the others are safely on the service platform. As I back onto the walkway, I kick over a trash can, creating a momentary barrier between us and our pursuers. The maintenance walkway is barely 18 inches wide, with only a thin rail separating us from a long fall to the street. We move in single file, hugging the wall, shuffling sideways to maintain our balance. The infected follow as far as the entrance to the walkway, but the narrow passage confounds them. One tries to squeeze through and loses its balance, plummeting to the pavement below. The others mill about in confusion, eventually turning back to easier prey. "Nice thinking," Ray says when we're a safe distance from the station. "How's your arm?" "Saw you favoring it back there." My heart skips a beat. Has he noticed the bite? I adjust my sleeve, making sure the bandage is hidden. Just a strain from swinging the axe. Nothing serious. He studies me for a moment, then nods. "Let Maya check it when we stop." Can't afford injuries slowing us down. I force a smile. "Sure thing." We continue along the maintenance walkway for nearly half a mile, the going slow and treacherous. The city spreads out below us, a patchwork of darkness and fire. In the distance, I can see the stadium district. Its lights still burning thanks to emergency generators or military power, so close, yet so far. My condition deteriorates with each passing minute. The fever is rising steadily, my vision occasionally blurring before snapping back into focus. Sweat soaks my shirt despite the cool night air. The wound on my arm feels like it's being eaten from the inside out, which, in a sense, it is. The infection consuming me cell by cell. I check my watch. 22 minutes since the bite. According to Maya's estimates, I should be turning soon. Yet I'm still here, still me, fighting it somehow. Maybe my body is resistant. A foolish hope, but I cling to it anyway. The maintenance walkway ends at a junction where the monorail track splits. We're forced to descend to street level through a maintenance ladder inside a concrete support pillar. Ray goes first, checking that the exit at the bottom is clear. One by one, we climb down, emerging into an alley between two high-rise buildings. "Where now?" Marcus asks, his voice hushed. Ray consults the map he's been carrying. "Seattle Center is 3 blocks that way," he points west. "From there, it's about a mile to the stadium district. If we stick to back alleys, we might make it without encountering too many infected." And if we do, Lawrence asks, gripping his makeshift spear tightly. We deal with them, Ray says simply. Stay quiet, stay together, keep moving. We form up in our usual order, with Ray and me taking point, but as we prepare to move out, Maya steps in front of me, eyes narrowed with professional concern. You don't look good, Nick, she says bluntly. You're pale, sweating. Let me see that arm. It's fine, I insist, stepping back. We need to keep moving. 2 minutes to make sure you're not going to collapse on us, she counters. That's all I'm asking. The others are watching now, suspicious. I know what they're thinking, what they must be thinking. The symptoms I'm displaying match those of early infection. Later, I say firmly. We're exposed here. We need to reach the stadium. Before Maya can argue further, a sound cuts through the night, a distant mechanical whirring that gradually grows louder. We all freeze, listening. Helicopter, Ray whispers, looking skyward. Military. Sounds like it's heading toward the stadium. Evacuation? Mike suggests hopefully. Ray shakes his head. Supply drop more likely, or personnel transport. Either way, the noise will attract infected from all over. We need to move, now. The distraction works in my favor. Maya reluctantly drops her inquiry about my condition, and we start moving through the alley towards Seattle Center. The helicopter passes overhead, searchlights sweeping the streets below, illuminating hordes of infected drawn to the sound. We stick to the shadows, avoiding the searchlight beams. The infected are focused on the helicopter, giving us a small window of opportunity to move relatively unnoticed. We cover 2 blocks without incident, making better time than expected. Then the helicopter changes course, heading directly over our position. The noise is deafening now, the downwash stirring debris in the alley, and suddenly we're bathed in light as the searchlight finds us. They've spotted us, Jen shouts over the rotor noise. Keep moving, Ray orders. They can't land here. But the helicopter doesn't move on. It hovers directly overhead, the searchlight keeping us pinned. A voice booms from a loudspeaker. Survivors identified. Remain in position. Extraction team inbound. Extraction? My heart leaps despite everything. Are they actually coming for us? It's a trap, Marcus says darkly. They just want the doctor and the soldier. They'll leave the rest of us. We don't know that, Maya argues. They might have expanded the evacuation protocols. While they debate, I notice something far more immediate. The noise of the helicopter is drawing infected toward our position. They appear at both ends of the alley, stumbling toward the sound and the light, dozens of them, cutting off our escape routes. We've got company, I warn, raising my axe despite the growing weakness in my limbs. Ray assesses the situation quickly. Building, he decides, pointing to a fire escape ladder on the alley wall. Up, now! Mike boosts Jen up to the lowest rung, and she quickly ascends, helping pull Marcus up after her. Lawrence goes next, then Maya. Mike climbs up, his weight making the ancient metal groan. Your turn, Ray tells me. I shake my head. You go. I'll hold them off. Not happening, he says firmly. We stick together. Up, now. The infected are closing in from both sides, maybe 30 seconds from reaching us. I know I should tell Ray the truth, that I'm infected, that I'll turn soon, that I'm a danger to the group, but I can't form the words. Selfish to the end, I want to live just a little longer, to reach the stadium, to find out if Ellie— Nick! Ray shouts, grabbing my uninjured arm. Move your ass! That's an order! The military tone snaps me back to the present. I grab the ladder and haul myself up, each rung an agony as the infection burns through my veins. Ray follows close behind, pulling up the bottom section of the ladder just as the first infected reach it, grasping hands closing on empty air. We climb rapidly, reaching a fire escape landing where the others wait. From here, we have a clear view of the helicopter hovering overhead and of the infected converging on our position, surrounding the building. What now? Lawrence asks, his voice strained. We're trapped. The helicopter circles once, then moves away, the searchlight sweeping ahead as if guiding something. Moments later we hear it, engine noise, but not from above, from the street. A convoy of military vehicles rounds the corner, led by an armored personnel carrier with a mounted machine gun. Soldiers in hazmat suits and body armor pour out, forming a perimeter. The machine gun opens fire, cutting down infected with ruthless efficiency. They're clearing a path, Ray says, watching the operation with professional appreciation. For us. A soldier with a bullhorn steps forward, his voice carrying up to our position. Survivors on the fire escape, identify yourselves. Ray cups his hands around his mouth. Staff Sergeant Raymond Mendoza, U.S. Army. We have Dr. Maya Chen with us and 6 civilians. The soldier confers with others, then raises the bullhorn again. Understood. Descend to street level for extraction. This area will be secured for 3 minutes only. Let's go, Ray says, already starting down the fire escape stairs. This might be our only chance. The others follow quickly, but I hesitate. The fever is worse now, my thoughts becoming disjointed. I can feel the infection accelerating, changing me from within. If I go down there, the military will scan us. They'll find out I'm infected. They'll shoot me on the spot. Standard containment protocol. But if I stay here, I'll turn. Become one of them. Hunt my friends. Nick, Maya calls from below. Come on. Decision time. I take a deep breath and follow them down, my movements increasingly uncoordinated. By the time we reach street level, the military has established a defensive circle around the building entrance, keeping the infected at bay with gunfire and floodlights. A soldier approaches us, wearing a sealed hazmat suit with a clear visor. 8 survivors confirmed, he reports into his radio. Then to us, we need to scan each of you before extraction. Standard protocol. He raises a handheld device, infrared and chemical sensors to detect the infection. My heart pounds in my chest. This is it, the end of my road. Ray and Maya are scanned first, then Marcus, Jen, Lawrence and Mike. All clear. The soldier turns to me, the scanner raised. Time slows. I see my options with crystal clarity. I could run, be shot as an infected or escape to die alone. I could fight, hurt these people trying to help us, maybe kill some before they put me down. Or I could accept it, let them end it quickly, mercifully. But there's a 4th option. The satellite phone in my pocket, the military one that connected us to Colonel Hammond. A bargaining chip. Wait, I say, my voice hoarse as I back away from the scanner. I have information, critical information. The soldier hesitates. Sir, I need to complete the scan. I pull out the satellite phone. This is military hardware, secure channels to JBLM. I need to speak to Colonel Hammond before you scan me. The soldier's posture changes, interest piqued. He speaks into his radio, words I can't make out. After a moment, he nods. Give me the phone, sir. Slowly. I hand it over, watching as he examines it, then speaks into his radio again. More waiting. The infected continue to press against the perimeter, held back by relentless gunfire. My group watches me with confusion and growing suspicion. Finally, the soldier returns. Colonel Hammond has authorized your extraction without preliminary scanning. Full decontamination protocols will be conducted at the safe zone. Relief floods through me, quickly replaced by shame. I've lied to everyone, my friends, the military, endangered them all for a few more hours of life. Thank you, I managed to say. Move out, the soldier orders. To the APC! Double time! We run toward the armored vehicle, soldiers creating a protected corridor through the infected horde. I stumble, my coordination failing further, but Ray grabs my arm, the infected one, and helps me forward. I wince at his touch, the wound sending fresh agony through my body. Ray notices. His eyes narrow, and he pulls back my sleeve, revealing the blood-soaked bandage. Nick, he breathes, understanding dawning in his eyes. You're bit. I can't deny it anymore. Yes. He stares at me, a complex mix of emotions crossing his face. Anger, betrayal, sorrow. How long? About 30 minutes, I admit. Ray, Save it, he cuts me off. We need to move. To my surprise, he doesn't announce my condition to the others or the soldiers. Instead, he helps me to the APC, practically carrying me the last few steps. The others are already inside, the engine running. "Everyone in!" the driver shouts. "We're moving out!" Ray pushes me into the vehicle, then climbs in behind me. The door slams shut and we lurch forward, the APC's heavy armor plowing through infected that don't clear the path fast enough. Inside, the space is cramped and dimly lit with red emergency lighting. 2 soldiers in hazmat suits monitor us, weapons at the ready. My group sits in tense silence, the reality of our rescue not yet sinking in. Maya notices my condition immediately. The professional mask drops, replaced by horror as she recognizes the symptoms she's seen too many times before. "Nick," she whispers, "you're infected." The others tense, edging away from me instinctively. The soldiers raise their weapons. "Stand down!" Ray orders them with such authority that they hesitate. "He's secured. We're taking him to the medical team at the safe zone. Protocol is immediate termination of infected subjects," one soldier states flatly. "He has critical intelligence," Ray counters. "Colonel Hammond authorized his transport directly. Check with your CO if you don't believe me." The soldier speaks into his radio, then nods reluctantly. "Restrain him. Any sign of turning, we put him down. No exceptions." Ray handcuffs my wrists to a metal bar running along the APC's interior. The cold metal bites into my skin, but I barely feel it through the fever now consuming me. "Why?" Maya asks, her voice a mixture of anger and concern. "Why didn't you tell us?" "I wanted to reach the safe zone," I say weakly. "Thought maybe a cure." "There is no cure," she says, gentle despite everything. "You know that." "Had to try. For Ellie. For the baby." Understanding softens her features. "Your wife. You mentioned her before." I nod, speech becoming difficult as the infection progresses. "Near university. Need to know if she—" "We'll find out," Ray promises, his initial anger giving way to compassion. "When we reach the stadium, I'll make sure they check." The APC rumbles through Seattle's streets, occasionally jolting as it pushes through barricades or infected. I drift in and out of awareness, the fever spiking higher. The others watch me warily, prepared for the moment I stop being Nick and become one of them. "How is he still conscious?" I hear Marcus ask during a lucid moment. "Maya said the turn happens in under an hour." "Everyone's different," Maya replies. "Some resist longer than others. But the end result is always the same. I want to tell them I'm fighting it, that I can feel the infection trying to take over, and I'm pushing back with everything I have. But the words won't come. My thoughts are fragmenting, memories blurring together. Ellie on our wedding day, Daryl falling from the platform, my father teaching me to fish, the infected biting through my jacket, Ellie showing me the positive pregnancy test, the helicopter searchlight, all jumbled together in a fever dream. "ETA 3 minutes, the driver announces. "He's deteriorating fast," Maya says, checking my pulse. "We might not make it in time." "We will," Ray insists. "Hold on, Nick." "Just a little longer." I try to focus on his voice, using it as an anchor to reality, but the infection pulls at me, a dark tide trying to drag me under. I can feel my humanity slipping away bit by bit, replaced by hunger, raw, insatiable hunger. The APC stops, doors open, voices shout orders, hands grab me, uncuff me, move me onto some kind of stretcher. The night air hits my fevered skin as they carry me from the vehicle. Through blurry vision, I see the stadium rising above us, floodlights illuminating a makeshift military compound. Tents, vehicles, defensive positions. Safety for those uninfected. "Quarantine tent now!" someone shouts. "Full containment protocols!" I'm rushed through the compound, glimpsing my group being led in another direction. Ray argues with someone, pointing back at me, but is overruled. They're being taken to decontamination. I'm being taken somewhere else. The quarantine tent is sterile and bright after the darkness outside. Medical equipment, monitoring devices, people in full hazmat suits. They transfer me to a hospital bed, restraints immediately secured around my wrists, ankles, chest. Subject is in late-stage infection, a voice announces clinically. Beginning experimental treatment protocol 7. Needles pierce my arms, liquids flowing into my veins. Monitors beep, tracking my deterioration. A camera above records everything for later analysis. I am no longer a person to them, just a subject, a data point. Vital signs critical. Brain activity showing infection pattern consistent with terminal phase. The hunger is overwhelming now, driving out all other thoughts. I strain against the restraints, a growl building in my throat. The last fragments of Nick Palmer fight to maintain control, but they're drowning in the flood of infection rewriting my brain. A face appears above me, hazmat suit, clear visor. I can see eyes, kind eyes, Maya's eyes. I convince them to let me observe, she says softly. You're not alone, Nick. I try to speak, to thank her, but only a moan emerges. She understands anyway. They're checking for Ellie, she tells me. Ray is making sure of it. They have databases of all known survivors in the safe zones. Ellie, the name pierces through the hunger momentarily. Ellie, my wife, my love, our baby. The treatment they're trying, it's experimental. No successes yet, but you're fighting longer than most. Maybe. Hope. A dangerous thing in a world like this. But I cling to it anyway as darkness creeps in from the edges of my vision. Nick, if you can still hear me, thank you for getting us here, for saving us. I want to tell her it was nothing, that anyone would have done the same, that I was just trying to get home to Ellie. But the words won't come. The hunger recedes suddenly, replaced by an odd numbness spreading from my extremities inward. The treatment, or just the end approaching. Maya looks up at something I can't see. Her expression changes to one of surprise, then cautious optimism. His vitals are stabilizing, she says to someone out of my field of vision. The treatment might be working. More activity around me, more injections, more clinical discussion of my condition. I float somewhere between awareness and oblivion, the infection's hold neither advancing nor retreating. Time loses meaning. Hours might pass, or minutes. The lights dim and brighten again. People come and go. Through it all, Maya remains, monitoring, advocating, ensuring I'm treated as a person, not just a specimen. During one moment of clarity, I hear the conversation I've been waiting for. Doctor, Jen, a new voice says. Information about the Palmer woman. Eleanor Palmer, Roosevelt District? Yes, Maya replies urgently. That's her. Was she found? A pause that stretches into eternity. She was evacuated to Safe Zone 3 at the university 3 days ago, early priority due to pregnancy. Both she and the baby are stable. Alive. Ellie is alive. Our child is alive. The news breaks through the infection's haze like sunlight through storm clouds. If I could cry, I would. Instead, a strange sound emerges from my throat, half groan, half laugh. Maya understands. She takes my hand through her hazmat glove. She's safe, Nick. They're both safe. Something shifts inside me. The knowledge of Ellie's survival ignites something, determination, will, love, that pushes back against the infection with renewed strength. My thoughts clear slightly, the hunger receding further. Remarkable, says another hazmat-suited figure, studying the monitors. Brain activity normalizing in regions typically lost to infection. Viral load decreasing marginally. What does that mean? Maya asks. It means, the figure replies, that we might have our first survivor. The days that follow exist as fragmented memories, moments of clarity punctuating long periods of semi-consciousness. The experimental treatment continues: antivirals, immune boosters, synthetic antibodies, treatments I don't understand and names I can't pronounce. My body becomes a battleground, the infection fighting to spread, while the treatments and my own immune system struggle to contain it. I learn from overheard conversations that I'm unique, the first patient to show resistance to the infection after symptoms appeared. Others have been naturally immune, never contracting the disease despite exposure. But no one has fought back from the brink of turning. Until me. The how and why remain mysteries. My blood is drawn constantly, tissue samples taken, my every reaction documented. I'm both patient and research subject, my suffering potentially the key to saving others. On what I'm told is the 5th day, I regain the ability to speak, hoarse whispers at first, then halting sentences. The restraints remain, a precaution no one is willing to remove yet. But the doctor's body language has changed, less fear, more curiosity. The infection has been contained to the original bite area, Maya explains during one of my lucid periods. She visits daily, having been assigned to the research team, studying my case. It hasn't been eliminated, we don't know how to do that yet, but it's not spreading. Your immune system has created some kind of equilibrium with it. What does that mean? I ask, my voice a rasp. It means you're not turning, she says simply. But you're not cured either. You're something in between, the first of your kind. A breakthrough? She smiles sadly. Maybe. It's too soon to tell if we can replicate the results in others, and we don't know if it's stable, if you'll stay this way or eventually turn or recover completely. Have you told Ellie? Maya hesitates. Not yet. The military is being cautious about sharing information until they understand what's happening with you. I nod weakly. Probably better that way. Don't want to give her false hope. It's not false hope, Nick. You've already defied every expectation. Just by being here talking to me, you're rewriting everything we thought we knew about this infection. On the 7th day, Colonel Hammond himself visits. He's a stern man with steel-grey hair and the bearing of someone accustomed to command. He watches me from behind a protective barrier, expression unreadable. Mr. Palmer, he acknowledges, you've become quite the celebrity among our research team. Not by choice, I reply. Few things are in times like these. He studies me dispassionately. Your friends have been asking about you. Quite persistently, in Sergeant Mendoza's case. Are they okay? I ask immediately. They're fine. Quarantine cleared, assigned temporary housing within the safe zone. Dr. Chen, you know about, of course. He pauses. They told us about your journey. Quite remarkable. Especially considering your condition for much of it. I say nothing. There's no point denying or defending my actions now. Under normal circumstances, concealing infection is a capital offense, Hammond continues, endangering others that way. He shakes his head. But these aren't normal circumstances. And your unique response to the infection may prove valuable enough to outweigh the risk you took. I just wanted to know if my wife was safe, I say quietly. That's all I was thinking about. Hammond's expression softens marginally. I understand, more than you might think. He straightens, military bearing returning. The research team wants to try removing your restraints. Test your motor control, cognitive functions. See exactly what we're dealing with. Hope flares in my chest. When? Tomorrow. If you maintain stability, there will be security present, of course. Of course. He turns to leave, then pauses. Your wife is asking about you too, Mr. Palmer. Apparently Dr. Chen's colleagues at the university safe zone weren't as discreet as their superiors might have wished. My heart skips. She knows I'm alive. She knows you were brought in infected. Nothing more. His eyes meet mine directly for the first time. Give us something concrete. Proof that you're stable, that this resistance can be replicated, and I'll arrange for communication. That's the best I can offer. It's more than I expected. Thank you, Colonel. He nods once, then leaves, the protective barrier resealing behind him. True to his word, the restraints are removed the next day under controlled conditions. Armed guards present, doctors watching from behind barriers, everything recorded for study. I sit up for the first time in a week, muscles weak from disuse but responding to my commands. No hunger for human flesh, no urge to attack, just the normal desires for food, water, movement. The tests begin immediately. Physical coordination, memory, problem-solving, emotional responses. They're mapping my brain function, comparing it to baselines from before the outbreak, looking for changes the infection might have caused. There are differences, though subtle. My sense of smell is heightened, particularly for blood and sweat. My pain threshold is higher. My pupils react differently to light. But my mind, my sense of self, remains intact. I am still Nick Palmer, window washer, husband, father-to-be, just with something extra now. Something not entirely human lurking at the cellular level, held in check by whatever quirk of biology or psychology allowed me to resist. 2 more days of tests, brain scans, blood work, muscle biopsies. Through it all, I cooperate fully, answering every question, submitting to every procedure. Partly because I have no choice, but mostly because I understand the stakes. If they can replicate my resistance, create a treatment from my blood or tissues, countless lives might be saved, including, perhaps, those already infected. Those we've been killing out of necessity and mercy. On the 10th day, Maya brings news. They've isolated a factor in your immune response, she tells me, excitement breaking through her professional demeanor. Something unique in how your T-cells are interacting with the virus. They think, and this is preliminary, but they think they might be able to synthesize a treatment that could slow or stop progression in early-stage infection. A cure? I ask, hardly daring to hope. Not exactly. More like putting the infection in permanent remission. Like what's happened with you, it wouldn't help those already turned, but for new cases, if administered quickly enough. It could stop them from turning, I finish. The implications are staggering. How soon? Weeks for initial trials, months before any kind of wide distribution, and that's assuming everything goes perfectly. She smiles. But it's a start, Nick. The first real hope since this began. I think of Daryl, of all the infected we encountered on our journey, people who were killed because there was no alternative. People who might have been saved with what they're discovering from my blood. There's something else, Maya adds, her smile widening. Colonel Hammond approved a video call with Ellie. Tomorrow morning. Sleep is impossible that night. I lie awake, mind racing with what I'll say to Ellie. How do I explain what's happened, what I've become? Will she still want me, knowing there's a piece of the infection inside me, dormant but present? Would I want me, in her position? The call is arranged with military precision, secure lines, limited time, monitors present on both ends to ensure no classified information is shared. I sit before the screen in a sterile conference room, heart pounding as the connection is established. And then she's there. Ellie. Her face thin but healthy, dark circles under her eyes, her hair pulled back in a simple ponytail, beautiful beyond words. Nick, she breathes, one hand rising to cover her mouth, the other resting on her slightly more pronounced baby bump. Oh my God, Nick. Hi, sweetheart, I say, voice cracking. You look amazing. She laughs and cries simultaneously. I look terrible, but they said you were infected. How are you? It's complicated, I tell her, conscious of the monitors listening. Some kind of resistance, they're still figuring it out. But you're okay. Really okay. I'm okay. Different but okay. I swallow hard. How's the baby? Her smile brightens the entire screen. Growing. Kicking. The doctors here say everything looks normal, despite... She gestures vaguely, encompassing the apocalypse around us. Do we know if it's a boy or girl yet? Not yet. I wanted to wait for you. Her eyes fill with tears again. I didn't know if you were... I'm here, I assure her. I made it. I promised I'd come home, remember? She nods, wiping her eyes. The tough marine biologist they assigned as my roommate thinks I'm a total mess. I haven't stopped crying since they told me you were alive. Tell her it's pregnancy hormones, I suggest with a smile. I did. She didn't buy it. Ellie leans closer to the camera. When can I see you? Really see you, not through a screen. I look at the military observer, who shakes his head slightly. Not yet, I admit. They're still running tests. Making sure I'm stable. Ellie's expression falters, understanding dawning. You're still infected, aren't they? That's why they won't let you come to the university zone. Partially infected, I correct gently, but not contagious, not turning. Just a carrier, maybe. They're being cautious. How long? I don't know, but Ellie, they're learning from me. My blood, my immune response, it might help create a treatment. Something to stop others from turning if they're bitten. Her eyes widen. You always wanted to save the world. I laugh softly. Just wanted to wash its windows, actually. Saving it was never part of the plan. The military observer taps his watch. Our time is almost up. I have to go soon, I tell her reluctantly, but I'll talk to you again as soon as they let me, I promise. I love you, she says fiercely. Whatever happens, whatever you are now. I love you. I love you too, both of you. I press my hand to the screen, and she mirrors the gesture, our palms separated by glass and miles and circumstance. I'm coming home, Ellie. Somehow. The screen goes dark, and I sit there, hands still raised, holding on to the moment as long as possible. 2 weeks after my arrival at the stadium's safe zone, I moved from the quarantine tent to a secure medical facility within the compound. My status has been upgraded from research subject to research participant, a subtle but meaningful distinction. I have a private room, limited freedom of movement within the facility, and regular access to the outside world through controlled video calls. The research progresses rapidly. My unique condition, dubbed Palmer syndrome by the medical team in a moment of gallows humor, has opened new avenues of treatment. Clinical trials of a serum derived from my antibodies have begun, with promising early results. 3 newly infected individuals have responded positively, their progression halted before full turning occurred. Not a cure, not yet, but a beginning. Ray, Marcus, and the others visit when permitted, always with guards present, always behind glass. They've adapted to life in the safe zone, finding roles that utilize their skills. Ray works with the military on security operations. Marcus helps maintain the zone's communication systems. Maya splits her time between treating survivors and working on my case. Lawrence, surprisingly, has become something of a community organizer, using his management experience to coordinate civilian efforts. Mike cooks for one of the communal kitchens. Jen trains new arrivals in basic self-defense. They've created a semblance of normality amid the chaos, drawing on the bonds forged during our journey. I see Ellie 3 times a week via video call. Her pregnancy progresses well. The baby, we've decided to wait until birth to learn the gender, developing normally despite everything. The university safe zone has better facilities than the stadium, more focused on long-term sustainability than military necessity. She works in the hydroponic gardens, her biology background finally proving useful in a way neither of us anticipated. We talk about the future, about names for the baby, about how the world might look when this is over, if it's ever truly over. We avoid discussing my condition, the uncertainty of when or if we'll be together again. Some truths are too heavy for fragile connections. A month after my arrival, Colonel Hammond visits again. This time, there's no protective barrier. He sits across from me at a simple table, maintaining military posture but without obvious fear. "The treatment derived from your blood has stabilized 7 patients now," he informs me. "No full recoveries, but no progressions either. All showing signs of retained cognition similar to yours." "That's good news," I say cautiously, sensing there's more. "It is. Enough that JBLM has authorized the next phase." He sets a folder on the table between us. "We're establishing a new research facility outside the containment zone. Fully equipped labs, medical personnel, everything needed to develop this treatment on a larger scale." I stare at the folder, not reaching for it yet. And you'll be transferred there. As will Dr. Chen and the core research team." He taps the folder. "The facility includes family housing for essential personnel. Your wife has been cleared for transfer with you." The words take a moment to penetrate. "Ellie is coming? We'll be together?" Hammond nods once. "Under controlled conditions. Your situation is unique, Mr. Palmer. We need to monitor you long-term, understand the stability of your condition, especially in proximity to uninfected individuals. But yes, you'll be together." I open the folder with trembling hands. Transfer orders, security clearances, facility blueprints, a new reality taking shape on paper. "When?" I ask, hardly daring to believe it. "Transport leaves tomorrow at 0600. Military helicopter to JBLM, then secure ground transport to the facility." Hammond rises. "Pack your things, such as they are." "Colonel," I call as he reaches the door. "Thank you." He turns back, his expression softening slightly. "Don't thank me, Palmer. What's happening to you, what we're learning from you, it could change everything. This isn't charity, it's necessity. But we both know it's more than that. In a world reduced to survival calculations, he's chosen to see the human factor, to recognize that my value extends beyond my blood and tissue samples, that I'm still a man who loves his wife, who deserves to see his child born." The next morning, I board the helicopter with Maya and 3 other researchers. As we rise above the stadium safe zone, I see Seattle spread out below us, parts still burning, parts reclaimed, all forever changed. Somewhere down there, infected still roam the streets. Former people, waiting for a cure that might never come for them, but might come for others, because of me, because I refused to die on that rooftop, refused to accept that the world was ending without a fight. The helicopter banks east, toward the mountains and whatever future awaits. I close my eyes, focusing on what matters now. Ellie, our child, the chance to build something from the ruins. I am Nicholas Palmer, husband, soon-to-be father, carrier of both plague and cure, and somehow against all odds, still human.